Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Get me hot, Lee. Get me hot. I need to get after him today, Lee. I got to get after him today. Hey-oh! Welcome on in to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. And a happy Friday to you and yours. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. I think it's quite obvious what the Raiders' starting quarterback plans are, especially after last night. They're making the right decision after a lackluster performance from Fernando Mendoza in his second preseason game. Barely completes 50% of his passes, throws for about 86 yards in total, no touchdowns, and a pick six on a really, really bad pass as the the Raiders offense scored 3 points in the first half, and then Aiden O'Connell was lighting it up in the second half. Look, I think Fernando Mendoza is going to be very good. I'm not saying he's going to be a bust. I'm not saying that he's even going to fail to get the Raiders to the playoffs in his first full year as a starter. But he's not ready to be a starting quarterback yet. Not of this franchise, not for the first handful of games. They'll probably go to him out of necessity when they're 1-4 or 1-3 after the first month of the season. But last night was a reminder. A lot of the guys, whether they're ready or not, yes, for every Jaden Daniels, for every CJ Stroud, there are many quarterbacks that do not flourish right away in their rookie season, and I don't think Fernando Mendoza is going to flourish right away in his rookie season. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. You can call, you can text. Brad, welcome to Las Vegas, brother. You were traveling yesterday. That's why you were not with us. Kate held down the fort, but Viva Las Vegas. How you doing? What the hell is going on?
Hola, amigo. I am tremendous, man. I've had a great day here in Viva Las Vegas. It is roughly 100,000 degrees outside. Actual air temperature today in Sin City, 110. Now, I lived in Phoenix, Arizona for 4 years, so I know what the dry heat is all about, but it's been a minute since my body has felt temperatures that blazingly hot. But yeah, I've gotten out, we got a stroll downtown on Fremont Street, one of my favorite places to come to. And your boy last night in that Raiders game, cash a two-leg parlay. I had San Francisco on the money line, and I had the Raiders on the money line. I think I was like one of roughly 2.5 people at the sports book that was jumping for joy when Aiden O'Connell called his own number and scored with under 30 seconds remaining. Way to go, Raiders! But Mendoza, you're right, was a bit of a train wreck.
Yeah, and look, by the way, imagine if Aiden O'Connell doesn't get in on that quarterback sneak. They didn't have any timeouts. I don't know what the hell they would have done. You would have had to run right back. Yeah. And there was a pile there. You would have basically had to, force the ref to put the ball down and then spike it or throw it out of the do something. So, hey, look, a preseason game, and I know, it was all fun, and it was awesome to watch, and hearing Joe Buck and Troy Aikman was awesome. I mean, it's a reminder that football is near. There was a nice crisp, 68-degree morning this morning when I got outside with the pooch. So, I mean, look, we've had ourselves a hell of a last 24 hours. But, yeah, Brad, again, I thought that the plan even going into the game, the fact that Kirk Cousins didn't even play, I think that was Clint Kubiak following up on everything he's been talking about, where they said ideally he doesn't start right away and Kirk Cousins doesn't play. Now, again, if Mendoza had a half of a lifetime or even, was twice as good as he was in his preseason debut, which was pretty good, maybe that would have changed the calculus just a little bit. I mean, I highly doubt it. I think their minds have been made up the entire way. And then it only helps the case of those like me that want Kirk Cousins to start right away when Fernando Mendoza has the game that he does have. And just a reminder, it was against the Texans' defensive backups Again, that's not to say that I don't think Fernando Mendoza will have a good, if not great, I mean, if not Hall of Fame career. I'm not going to go that far. But again, I think that he is a guy that now all the mental preparation and all the reps and all the viewing reps of watching Kirk Cousins be a pro for the first month of the season is really going to serve him well, serve him that much better than just throwing him out there in week one and saying, what do we have to lose?
Yeah, and it's really too bad because would have been kind of a rivalry game against a homecoming foe, and that being the Miami Dolphins. Of course, that game was going to be played in Las Vegas, but Fernando Mendoza from Southern Florida, so I know he was probably shooting, try to be ready in time to be under center for the opening act of the regular season. But last night, he definitely took a step back. I mean, it was a raging debate just about 48 hours ago whether or not Kirk Cousins would indeed be the starting quarterback in week one based on the first preseason performance, which was awesome, in my opinion, from Fernando Mendoza. But he did take that step back against the B team, as you mentioned, the Houston Texans, and that throw that he made was inexcusable. He was bearing down the receiver off the left sideline, had a little peripheral side-eye glare, and tried to thread the needle in double coverage, and it was costly with that 80-yard pick six as a result. So, look, it's a learning curve. Every single top draft pick in NFL history has had bumps in the road. This is the one right now for Fernando Mendoza. Now, the question you have to ask yourself, and I'm going to give you my answer first on this, Pat, is does this move the bar? Does it shift the goalposts on when Fernando Mendoza is going to be given to the keys and start under center for this Viva Las Vegas football franchise? I'm going to stick to my guns and my gut. I still think it's going to be week 4 at home against the Kansas City Chiefs, but I was talking to a number of NFL fans at the bar last night. I was kind of polling them as we were watching everything in real time. And really the popular sentiment was against the Buffalo Bills in week 6, also a home game, a little bit softer of a defense by comparison to Kansas City, not an intra-divisional foe. So maybe that is the moment. Pat, I got a feeling you think it's going to be like what? Over the second half of the season at some juncture. I'm not buying that at all. I want to hear your argument, but I think it's sooner rather than later for Fernando Mendoza, because we got to call a spade a spade. I'm here in Vegas. I'm going to quadruple down on this belief. The Raiders defense is going to be rancid. They're going to lose a number of games in the early season. They should beat Miami in week 1, but they're going to lose in week 2 against LA Chargers, against the limping and hurting New Orleans Saints on the road in week 3. I still think they're going to lose that game. They go 1-2. It might be time to then insert Mendoza against Kansas City in week 4. I'm going to stick to that. They're at New England in week 5. I mean, they may only have one win over the first 5 weeks of the regular season. If it shakes out like that, maybe the consensus as I was polling at the watering hole last night was correct. Buffalo Bills, week 6, Mendoza time.
Yeah, let me be clear here. I don't think anything about last night's game is pushing back the timeline of when Fernando Mendoza is going to play. It's more so going to be Kirk Cousins' health, Kirk Cousins' play, and the Raiders' record. Those are the 3 factors. So, yeah, I mean, he struggled in a preseason game against backup. It doesn't matter. I mean, I think that's and again, Combs right away in the show chat. Oh, because he had an underwhelming preseason game, that means he shouldn't start? No, it's the fact that he had an underwhelming preseason game reveals, again, just how not ready he is yet. That doesn't mean that can't change in 4 or 5 games. And again, I don't think he's going to be 100% ready by the time they go to him. There is going to be a somewhat of a throwing into the fire, of a putting your feet to the flames moment. Like, how many games would it actually truly take for a rookie to be ready? Maybe it would be a half a season. Maybe it would be 9, 10, 11 weeks. So there's not going to, they're going to start him before I think he's ready. But I do think it's going to be at least 5 games. So the 3 factors, if Kirk Cousins gets hurt, obviously they're going to go to Fernando Mendoza. I don't envision a scenario week 1, Kirk Cousins in the first half gets sacked and, it maybe goes to the medical tent. They're not going to Aiden O'Connell because, we started Kirk because we didn't think Mendoza was ready, so we got to throw Aiden. No, they're going to go to Mendoza. But so Kirk Cousins' health is the first thing. The second thing is Kirk Cousins is Actually, the second thing will probably be the Raiders' record. Because even if Kirk Cousins is playing like mediocre, but the Raiders are 2-2, which is not impossible. The Dolphins week 1, they're favored. The Saints week 3, that's a winnable game. If they're 2-2 going into week 5 in New England, Kirk Cousins is probably going to remain the starter, even if he's mediocre and they are somehow winning in spite of him. But the third thing is Kirk Cousins' play. And again, if Kirk Cousins isn't good, probably the Raiders aren't good. So if they're 1-3 going into week 5 in New England, week 6, they're 1-4 at home against Buffalo, then it's Mendoza time. And if I had to make a prediction again, his performance last night has nothing to do with the timeline. It's always kind of been the same for me. The more and more I think about it, though, the fact that they do have 2 winnable games, in my opinion, in the Saints and the Dolphins in the first couple of weeks, I think they'll probably scrape at least 1 win out of there, and they'll probably be 1-4 coming back home to play the Buffalo Bills, and it'll be Mendoza time. So I think week 6 is going to be when he becomes the starting quarterback of the Las Vegas Raiders.
Oh, you right along with the consensus again that I pulled at the bar last night. So it's kind of a kumbaya moment, my friend. So yeah, look, I'm starting to believe more and more that will probably be the case. But I'm already on record for week 4, so I'm not going to shift my prognostication. I'm going to stick to my guns. I think ultimately you and everybody else will probably be correct that they're going to circle the wagons against a team that is known for that phrase, that being Buffalo in week 6. And I think, again, Mendoza will be inserted. It'll be a bit of a roller coaster ride, but there's a lot of promise to his game. And, those errors, those mistakes done in the preseason, those are lessons that he'll be able to take in, absorb. Kirk Cousins giving him advice on the sideline after that pick 6. So it'll be some growing pains, but I still feel that Fernando Mendoza is going to be a damn good starting quarterback in the NFL. Hardly a Jamarcus Russell, folks.
310-840-4910. And yes, I don't think he's going to be a bust because he had a bad preseason game. And I also want to stress, I don't think last night changes the timeline on his regular season debut. But we want to hear from you because, again, it was a brutal pass. He did have a pretty bleep poor performance against the backups of the Texans defense. So for you, the listener, the viewer, does last night change the timeline on Fernando Mendoza's regular season debut? And I think at this point, it is all but a certainty that Kirk Cousins is going to be the starting quarterback to begin the season. 310-840-4910. But 2 other standout performances last night for good reasons. And that's the running back of the Las Vegas Raiders. No, it's not Ashton Jeanty, Brad. It is Mike Washington, their 4th-round rookie draft pick from Arkansas, who honestly, he's running like a madman. And if there was ever a reason to give Ashton Jeanty some break this year, some rest, it is because of Mike Washington Jr. Had a pretty good rookie preseason debut last week, follows that up last night with 9 carries for 56 yards, including a 33-yard strike right up the middle of the field where he nearly broke it for a house call. Mike Washington Jr. has looked really good. And I think for a lot of people that were thinking, oh, Jeanty, they're going to run him into the ground. He is going to be 80-90% of the touches. Well, hold the phone, Cotton. She's got a cannon. And Mike Washington Jr. looking pretty good last night for the Raiders. You might not have 1 really good running back. You might have 2.
Yeah, I totally agree, man. And that's been the story, according to the boots on the ground, all summer long for the Las Vegas Raiders. He has been a standout. He has been a guy that's glowing with the visual eye test. And then you saw it front and center last night on the old tube. The bounce off of contact ability, the open field burst, the vision, the speed, very impressive. He also had a couple of catches as well for nearly 20 yards. So he's got that 3-down skill set. Now, I think at a minimum, it's probably going to be 70-30, Jeanty to Washington, but Washington will have a role. It's not like Jeanty, as you mentioned, is going to absolutely dominate the opportunity share and get like 25 touches any given week. I think it'd be smart to try to keep him upright, keep him healthy, keep him efficient by trotting Washington out there and give him like 5 to 8 touches per game. So if you got a fantasy football draft, maybe upcoming this weekend, Mike Washington is a late round dart throw that if the injury comes a biting on an appendage, God forbid, to Ashton Jeanty, he could be somebody that instantaneously ascends in the RB top 15 conversation. Really, really impressed with what he has shown so far.
310-840-4910. And then from the late game last night, that one also was a blowout. There was no late game comeback in that. I mean, my goodness, I was staying up watching that. Noah Eagle was great on the call, calling the preseason game. I believe it was the Chargers broadcast that they took for NFL Network. But man, I mean, I don't look. I'm not going to overreact to any kind of preseason final score, but and I know that coaches and these teams play each other, so that's really a reason to not get carried away with what the score was, because why would you show anything to these teams? But 41-17 for the 49ers. I mean, my goodness, that Mike McDaniel offense didn't have much juice at all, but somebody that stood out extra for the 49ers was Dejon Stribling, the rookie, Brad, that you have been super high on for the last couple of weeks. Yeah. 4 catches, 46 yards last night, most of that damage coming in the first half. And playing with Brock Purdy for the first series, again, 4 out of 5 targets for 46 yards, a lot of those in traffic across the middle. And so through 2 preseason games, 11 catches for 109 yards. Yes, Mike Evans did not play. Yes, George Kittle did not play. Deebo Samuel only played a series, and he, really wasn't a factor. I think he only played a couple of plays. So if there's anybody, and with Ricky Pearsall's likely season-threatening injury on the LCL, there's an opportunity for somebody to step up and be a hero in this Niners receiving core. And Brad, you've been saying it. I'm all aboard now. The Dejon Stribling hype train, he looked like a beast again last night.
Yeah, drop a quarter in the slot machine, you might hit jackpot, because he was lined up predominantly in the slot last night. Also played the Z position. They're utilizing him all over the field, and you got to have that kind of versatility, that multidimensionality within Kyle Shanahan's offense. The over-the-middle targets that he was getting, the routes, and how he was sticking the foot in the ground, and how the precise they were was extraordinary. And, obviously Shanahan is gushing about him. Post-game has been saying and hyping him up in the media here last couple of weeks. Folks, he's a real deal. Mike Evans is 33 years old. Deebo is, post 30 years old. So those guys a little bit longer in the tooth. George Kittle's not exactly healthy, coming off the Achilles injury. Dejon Stribling in the opener for San Francisco, and good day, mate. Down in Australia against the LA Rams. He is going to make a cannonball splash. He's going to be like a great white shark gobbling up hash marks. I love this kid's skill set. He wins the contested catch situations. He's so physical. His routes are just supreme, and he's got every branch on the tree. Believe in Dejon Stribling. So much so, I drafted him in round 8 of a 12-team fantasy football draft here in Viva Las Vegas today.
Beautiful. That is beautiful. And again, here it is from Brock Purdy last night after the game, talking about Dejon Stribling and how much trust he already has in the rookie receiver.
Just the way he runs routes, the detail of it. Obviously, we're coaching him up on some stuff and whatnot, like little things, but more than anything, he's come in, he understands the route depths and the details and the alignments in our offense. Like all those things are really tough for rookies. And it's not easy. It's a whole nother language, but he's done a good job of studying, being on top of it. And not even that, just like catching the ball and then like finishing. And like, it's like, all right, this dude is proving to all of us that, he's reliable and we can trust him. But it is day 2 of camp. We got to continue to, find out. But I got a lot of trust in him right now.
Yeah. I mean, those are some big words there. And like we said, if unfortunately or fortunately for the 49ers, it feels like, that electric substation right down the street there. Injuries for this team always seem to be a factor. So for Ricky Pearsall's loss, it might be the big gain of Dejon Stribling. And he doesn't look like a rookie, Brad. Maybe it's because he's 6'3", and he runs like a gazelle. But again, hard to, and for those of you that are ball knowers like me and Brad, you watch football enough, when a player has it. When a player looks like this is not their first rodeo. It don't look like the first rodeo for Dejon Stribling. So I do think he's going to make a massive statement early on, and maybe offensive rookie of the year at some incredible odds. Not crazy at all.
Now, 30-1. Last I checked there at our friends at BetMGM, and I'm already on record, so I'm going to double down once again. He will lead the San Francisco 49ers in receptions and receiving yards this year. Mark my words, I will accept failure if I'm terribly and horrifically wrong, which I typically am, but I am a true believer in DeJon Stribling's skill set. And by the way, fun fact, he is the first player in at least 20 years to total 11 receptions within the first 20 minutes of his first 2 preseason games. The next closest on that list, some esteemed wide receivers. Des Bryant, 2013, did that, or approximately close to it. Demaryius Thomas of the Broncos in 2014, and Jeremy Maclin in 2015. All those guys at some point in their career arc had extraordinary seasons. Stribling could be just as good. It's not hyperbolic. Look at the film and embrace the potential.
310-840-4910. So we'll take your calls, your texts, any reactions. What kind of hopes do you have for the Niners rookie receiver DeJon Stribling? Also, your thoughts on the Raiders backup running back, the rookie Mike Washington Jr. How many snaps is he going to steal from Ashton Genty? And then going back to our original conversation, does Fernando Mendoza's lackluster performance last night change the timeline for you on when Mendoza is going to make his regular season debut? You're listening to BetMGM tonight. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. When we come back, we'll hit a little buying or BS and then get you set for the 3 preseason games coming up tonight. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Just getting rolling on this Friday. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. Ante up. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. If you're just joining us first segment, talking about Fernando Mendoza's lackluster performance last night. Do you think this changes the timeline at all on when he makes his regular season debut? I say no, not one bit. It was a preseason game. It was against the Texans backups. I didn't think Mendoza was ever going to step onto the field this year and be elite right away, lead the Raiders to the playoffs or anything like that. I've wanted the Raiders to go with Kirk Cousins to start the year, so it doesn't change much for me. I think probably week 5 or week 6 is Mendoza's regular season debut, not affected by last night's performance. 310-840-4910. We do have breaking news here, Brad, from TMZ Sports. They're reporting that Ravens wide receiver Rashad Bateman is being arrested on domestic violence charges. And the Ravens have issued a statement. Quote, "We are aware of the situation involving Rashad and have been in direct communication with him. We notified the league office and have been cooperating throughout the process. As this is a pending legal matter, we will not have further comment." According to Georgia court records, Bateman faces 3 charges stemming from a June incident. And again, TMZ Sports, the first to report that. That's pretty massive. That's pretty massive news. This offseason, I mean, we've seen other players get into some trouble. We're still waiting to see if there's going to be any disciplinary action on Packers running back Josh Jacobs from a domestic violence incident, dispute, whatever you would like to call it, earlier this summer. But Rashad Bateman has been arrested on domestic violence charges, 3 charges from a June incident. And so, again, we're going to see what happens, see how this plays out, see what the Ravens decide to do. But the fact that we are just less than 3 weeks away from the regular season here, does that change the equation on how they handle Rashad Bateman, who, by the way, last year had a very mediocre season, was struggling to stay healthy throughout the year, and finished with just 224 yards and 2 touchdowns. Brad, you and I have been on the hype train for Jacoby Lane. I think, if anything, this just accelerates how quickly they bring him along as the wide receiver 2 behind Zay Flowers, and how big of a role now Jacoby Lane could have in this Ravens offense.
Yeah, unfortunate news to say the least. There's no question about it. And of course, it's going to go through due process. And we'll keep you up to date on what officially unfolds. But I can tell you this, getting to Jacoby Lane, he pretty much had nailed down the WR3 position, the last couple of days. And now could be added responsibility placed on the young rookie's plate. And honestly, I think he is going to grab a knife and fork and gobble it up because he has been winning consistently in a lot of contested catch situations. I've seen a number of film clips that have come out of camp. We've seen in a couple of preseason games when defender has been draped on him and pretty damn good coverage. He's been able to get that separation. He's been able to, high point footballs. He's been able to win in traffic, and he's been able to fall forward. He's already got a touchdown in the preseason. So, this is a crutch, obviously, this organization could lean on. Zay Flowers will lead this team in targets. I got Mark Andrews still there as well. They're probably in the market to try to add some depth in the event if, and again, we'll have to wait and see what happens, but if Rashad Bateman were let go, but Jacoby Lane, folks, again, I always bring it back to fantasy, rocket ship emojis, a discount that you're getting in like around 13, 14, it's gone. Bye-bye.
310-840-4910. Let's get to some buying or BS here. Training camp edition, preseason edition, because most teams have broken training camp, but you get the gist here. Preseason edition. And Brad, you'll give us a statement, and then you and I will debate whether we're buying it or it's BS. So kick us off with the first one here. What do you got?
All right, ESPN's Mike DeRocco reports Parker Washington has earned all the snaps in 11 personnel packages alongside Jacoby Myers in camp with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So with that information coursing through the brain, buying or BS, Pat, and a breakout campaign, Washington sets the Jags pace in targets, receptions, receiving yards, and touchdowns this season. Pat, buying or BS?
Yeah, Brett, I think when it comes to running backs this year, a lot of high-profile running backs, I mean, with like the exception of Jameer Gibbs and Bijan Robinson, you and I disagree on a lot of them. When it comes to receivers, I feel like you and I are lockstep on so many, and I know that we are lockstep on Parker Washington. I'm buying this. I think he is going to have a massive year. He led the team in receptions last year. He led the team in targets. He led the team in yards. Who's to say he can't do it again? Again, I think Brian Thomas coming off of a really disappointing season last year and remember the first couple of weeks, it was like, is Brian Thomas like scared to get hit? We didn't know what the heck was going on with him. Was he hurt? I mean, he had half the catches he had last year than his rookie season, where he looked electric and looked like a weapon that was going to be the guy in this Jaguars offense. So he's technically still wide receiver 1 on the depth chart, but Parker Washington in his third season a year ago, I mean, completely exploded and took off, especially at the end of the year where he just looked absolutely unstoppable. So, yeah, and then you mentioned Jacoby Myers. Plus, let's not forget, Brad, Travis Hunter's healthy. And he's expected to play a lot of receiver as well as what he's going to do normally, playing the majority of snaps defensively. But when it comes to Parker Washington, I'm buying it. I might think Trevor Lawrence has a down year. I might think the Jaguars miss the playoffs. I don't think Parker Washington's going to have a down year. I think this guy's going to be a stud in Jacksonville.
This is going to shock you. I think this is BS. And the reason being is this. Look, I think he is. I think he is going to lead the team in receptions. I think it's very much of the conversation you lead him in receiving yards. The touchdowns one, I'm not so sure he gets that accolade as well. One of those categories, somebody is going to beat him, overall. It could be Brian Thomas, who I think will bounce back after just a deplorable season they had last year. Jacoby Myers has gotten some recent buzz, and guys kind of fly under the radar. You look at Washington, projection according to Mike Clay, ESPN, 108 targets, 64 grabs, 850 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Now, I think he can easily reach those numbers. Just one of those categories. I don't think he's going to set the pace on this team, despite some of the sterling advanced metrics that he had last season. 27 in total air yards, number 8 in deep ball targets, number 16 in yards per route run, number 30 in yak, and he has the 8th easiest fantasy wide receiver strength of schedule. Again, all give you the warm fuzzies to say the least, but I just think he's going to fall short in one of the categories. So you and I are going to agree to disagree, oddly, on Parker Washington. You're buying that full statement. I think, again, he's going to fall shy in one category, and that's why it's BS. All right, we move on. ESPN's Kevin Seifert notes the time in between Minnesota's Kyler Murray and Justin Jefferson, quote, remains under development, end quote. All right, Pat, buying or BS? Bouncing back from last season's abysmal underperformance, a development that wasn't entirely his fault, Justin Jefferson finishes with at least 100 receptions and 1,300 yards for Skull this year. Pat, are you buying or is that BS?
Yeah, I mean, look, he can't have a worse year, I would think, than what he had last season with J.J. McCarthy, Max Brosmer, and Carson Wentz throwing him the football. And even in a down year, Justin Jefferson had 84 catches and 1,048 yards. Now, he played all 17 games, so you would obviously like to see him stay healthy and play every single game again this year. Yeah, I'm buying it. Again, another team and another quarterback and Kyler Murray and the Vikings that I'm not buying, but I'm buying their number 1 receiver for sure because I still think he is the number 1 receiver in football. I think he is capable of making the most circus highlight reel catches. He's got the most reliable hands. He's the best red zone threat. He's a threat after the catch. Justin Jefferson, Jay Jettis is going to remind everybody that forgot last year just how much of a top of the line receiver he is. I was thinking of some other kind of adjective, but he's going to remind everybody he's the number 1 receiver in football. So yeah, I'm buying it.
Yeah, 100% I'm buying it. In fact, I'm on record. Oh, there it is. Thank you, NSYNC. House band there. We have a pretty good card for a house band. I mean, we pay them a lot of money, and I'm glad we could use some of their music. But I will say this. I'm on record already. Wrote about this in The Athletic. 115 grabs, 1,400 yards and 7 touchdowns is my fearless forecast for Justin Jefferson this year. Look, he's going to be a targets hog. Probably going to get like 160 looks off the hand of the Mitty Dachshund of Minnesota, that being Kyler Murray. I think Kyler Murray is definitely an upgrade over J.J. McCarthy. Now, how much of an upgrade is up for debate. You're not as high on him as I am, but I think him and Jefferson will sync up early and often. They will get on the same page eventually. And also keep this in mind, folks. Last season, Justin Jefferson, when targeted by that plethora of craptastic quarterbacks that he had only a 57.9 passer rating. That's inexcusable for one of the true elites in the game. Kyler Murray will get him back to playing exceptional football. So, yes, buying that all day. All right, one more, my friend, and buying or BS. Chargers tight end Oronde Gadsden is played behind David Njoku and Charlie Kolar, the former Raven, throughout practices and preseason games. With that info, buying or BS, Pat? Statistically speaking, David Njoku outplays Gadsden, morphing into a reliable red zone weapon for Justin Herbert, scoring 5 or more touchdowns this year. Pat, buying or BS?
This is a rare one for me. This is a triple buy. I'm going to buy it again, and maybe I'm a sucker. Maybe I was just paying. Maybe I was paying too much attention to a preseason game last night, and especially in the third quarter, when it's like a 30-point game, and it's Adrian Martinez versus DJ Uiagalelei. But they kept showing at one point for like a solid 3 to 4 minute stretch. Not uninterrupted. Like they were, going back and forth between the game and this. On the sideline, Justin Herbert wearing the wristband, standing right next to David Njoku, and kind of what it looked like, Noah Eagle, and I don't know who was calling the game with Noah, but basically talking about oh wow, David Njoku is 6'4", 250 pounds. Herbert makes him look like a normal looking guy, and then they just kept, they're going through. Herbert's relaying the plays to him. They're trying to get that. Those mental preps right now, those mental reps on the sideline. And so, again, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I was thinking last night as I'm watching it, I was like, that seems like a lot of effort and a lot of time right now that Herbert's spending on the sidelines talking to just David Njoku, relaying plays, almost as if hey, in the red zone, this is the plays we're going to be calling. These are the plays that are for you. This is get ready, man. So I almost kind of do think that maybe David Njoku, and what you said, with Gadsden, who was the starting tight end last year, he's playing behind Njoku and Charlie Kolar, who came over from the Ravens and is a really good run blocking tight end throughout practices and preseason games. Yeah, I think I got to buy this. I mean, I know Gadsden had a great year last year, great start to the year. Njoku became the number 2 option in Cleveland. Kevin Stefanski went entirely upon the shoulders of Harold Fannin Jr. But let's not forget what Njoku is capable of. 2 years ago, 882 yards and 6 touchdowns. I mean, he was on the verge of, in my opinion, being a top 5 tight end in football. So not crazy to think that he could get back there. It's a new offensive coordinator. It's a new offensive system with Mike McDaniel. If he likes Njoku and he likes his skill set more than Gadsden, he's going to use him. And he's going to be a big red zone target and a big red zone threat for Herbert and the Chargers. So yeah, I could buy this for sure.
Yeah, definitely buying it as well. So, Lee, cue the NSYNC. Let's roll with it, baby. They earn their money. Yeah, heck yeah. I can't dance like those guys used to, by the way. I'd probably pull a groin if I tried right now. But I will say this. David Njoku, last 3 seasons with the Cleveland Browns, 6 touchdowns, 5 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns. That's moving in the wrong direction. But Gadsden, you got to recall, he was, all the talk, all the buzz of Los Angeles for the Chargers organization the first half of the season, a breakthrough candidate, and you're thinking, oh man, this guy's rocking and rolling, and then he just fell off a continental shelf and slipped into a deep dark abyss after week 10. Really fell off for the second half of the season, and that's carried over that slump into training camp of the preseason. David Njoku is a proven veteran. He is better. You mentioned Kolar, an exceptional run blocker that's got a snack and just siphon away at snaps for Oronde Gadsden, who's already fallen out of favor. So David Njoku will be the most productive tight end in the box score for this organization. And I think there's going to be at least 5 end zone stomps one of the best touchdown celebrations in the NFL belongs to Njoku. So I'm with you, man. I'm buying too.
310-840-4910. We will take a short break and we will go streaking when we come back. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports. Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Crack, that's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward, depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available at BetMGM. Here's how it works. You play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone, and if you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same game parlay boost token. That's a pizza in the break, and that is just what nearly came up. All righty, just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern. Tough night last night, but we got the full crew back together tonight, so let's rip it, baby. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! All righty, we go around the crew. Everybody picks one batter that they think will correctly get a hit. And, well, I'm looking for a fresh streak, and I'm looking to avoid 3 straight strikeouts. Combs is looking to avoid 3 straight offers. Brad, you're looking to push your streak to 2. Lee is looking to go to 2 in a row. And Monty is now the longest active streaker, looking to get to 6 in a row. Monty, the season-long king, with a 770 average. Brad, you're in second at 754. I'm third at 740. Combs at 723. And Lee, small sample size, but just batting under 600. Not too shabby. So let's get it going. Let's get a 5 for 5 tonight, shall we? I'll kick us off. Give me Rafi Devers back in Boston against his former team, going up against Sonny Gray. Devers 6 for 21 lifetime off of Sonny Gray. That is a 286 batting average. And he's horrible against lefties, but against righties, Rafael Devers hitting 274. He's also been a better hitter on the road this year, and it's his former stomping grounds. I think he's got something to prove. I think a little revenge tonight for Rafael Devers and this entire weekend. So I'll take Rafi to get a hit. All right, Brad, looking for 2 in a row. Who are you taking tonight?
Yeah, let's go to the desert. I'm going to go with a guy I believe is still setting the pace right now in the National League in RBI, a member of the Big Red Machine, and I think he's going to get a slap, that being Sal Stewart, taking on the Arizona Diamondbacks. You look at Sal Stewart, he's got a hit in 12 of his last 13 games. He's batting 288 over the last 15 days. A guy that's had a lot of success against left-handed pitchers, batting 279 with nearly a 900 OPS, and he's facing a southpaw in Eduardo Rodriguez. Eduardo Rodriguez has been awesome this year, to say the least. A guy with a sub-3 ERA, but over his last 3, that ERA at 4.34. So showing a little bit more vulnerability. Sal Stewart, get a hit, and I'm streaking to numero dos.
That's right, and he does lead all of Major League Baseball in RBIs. I don't think anyone's got Yordan Alvarez tonight, so I just will mention, just a reminder I feel like this is still not being talked about enough. Yordan Alvarez leads the American League in batting average, 10 points higher than the guy that's in second. Yordan Alvarez leads the American League in home runs, 1 more than Junior Caminero, and Yordan Alvarez 6 more RBIs than Pete Alonso. He is like firmly in position to win the Triple Crown. It looks like it's just going to come down to the home runs. So just wild how much of a historic season he's having. All right, speaking of a historic season, let's get to producer Brandon Combs. Combs looking to get off the schneid just like me. Who you got, bro?
I'm also going to go with a guy who's setting the pace in the National League, but he's setting the pace in the National League MVP race. Give me MV Pete Crow Armstrong tonight against the Seattle Mariners. He's never faced the Mariners, never faced Emerson Hancock, but Emerson Hancock giving up 110 hits and 128 innings pitched. Gotta love PCA versus Emerson Hancock because PCA has a huge John Hancock when he signs autographs.
Whoa. That was going real somewhere dangerous. Else. Those are dangerous waters you were just swimming in, brother.
Wow.
Yeah, wow, indeed. All right, let's get to our VP, our video producer, Monty, a.k.a. Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. the owner and operator of batters-box.com. Monty looking to make it 6 in a row. Who is the guy tonight?
Yeah, I'm going to go from one Pete to another, and Pete Alonso. elite matchup against Freddie Peralta, who has not been himself this year. It's only been 3 games since he joined the Rays at the trade deadline, but right-handed hitters have a 20% barrel rate, 350 expected batting average in those 3 games against Peralta. Alonso's been on fire, hitting nearly 350 over the last 30 days and riding an 11-game hitting streak. 144 games with an elite rating for Alonso, getting a hit 71% of the time. And then Peralta throws his fastball 55% of the time to righties this season. Alonso hitting over 320 against fastballs this season from right-handed pitchers.
All right, beautiful thing, Monty. Looked like you had a joke planned from one Pete to another Pete, and then I don't know
Botched it.
what happened.
He botched it.
No,
Yeah,
that was
swing
the
and a
joke.
miss.
It was just bad. Continue.
Oh, okay.
Instead of one hand, you know what, to another.
Yeah.
It was one Pete.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
not my best work.
All right.
Played it safe.
It's okay. All right, let's go to our guy Lee in our Westwood One studios. Hey, Lee, who you got tonight?
Hey guys, I got the veteran Yandy Diaz hitting leadoff for the Rays at Camden Yards. He's also on an 11-game hitting streak, and he's going against Trevor Rogers, who he's hit 7 for 13 from in the past. So that's me, Yandy Diaz.
Rafael Devers, Sal Stewart, Pete Crow Armstrong, Pete Alonso, Yandy Diaz. If you think all 5 of those guys are getting a hit, the odds with our friends at BetMGM plus 491. Coming up next, the NCAA wins. Shocker.
This is
your live game night huddle, while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Friday night shindig kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Fun first hour. Talked a lot of football. Talked a lot of baseball. We went streaking last segment. We brought you some big training camp news and notes. And the big breaking news of last hour, and that is Ravens wide receiver Rashad Bateman arrested on domestic violence charges stemming from a June incident. Some of the reporting is that he reportedly attacked his girlfriend's car with his own newborn child inside of it. That is according to TMZ Sports. So that's those are pretty disturbing details. So again, in the meantime, we're going to see what the Ravens are doing. They put out a statement essentially saying it's a legal matter. We're going to allow due process to play its part. But again, facing 3 different charges and was arrested today because of a June incident. So look, Brad and I, the way that we spun it, we are very excited for the rookie receiver Jacoby Lane. And if Rashad Bateman, if he's not on the field this year or for however many games, this just accelerates the rookie season that we think Jacoby Lane is going to have after he has had an incredible preseason so far. We also debated if Fernando Mendoza's lackluster performance from last night changes the timeline of when we think he's going to make his regular season debut. Brad and I both say no. Brad thinks week 4. I say probably closer to week 6, which would be a home game against the Buffalo Bills. 310-840-4910. We've got the Jets and the Steelers preseason game about to start. And then in 30 minutes from now, we'll have Panthers and Jaguars. We got Broncos, Packers later tonight as well. So 3 preseason games, 1 about to kick off right now. We'll get you our thoughts on the Jets and the Steelers. And I've got a take on Drew Aller that you're not going to want to miss. Brad, you're going to want to hear it. I promise you.
Okay.
You and everybody else listening and watching, you're going to want to hear it. 310-840-4910. But for now, boy, the NCAA, as your pal Jeff Goodman likes to call it in college sports, is just a bleep show. Well, today maybe we took a step back in the right direction from that bleep show because the NCAA won an important battle earlier today in the ongoing war between determining who can play college sports. If you're 28 years old and you're playing in your 8th season, are you still allowed to play as long as you just get a restraining order from a judge? The 10th Circuit Court of Appeals granted the NCAA a stay earlier today in an order that reverses a federal judge's decision that allowed athletes who started college in the 2022-23 academic year and already played 4 seasons to come back for a 5th season. That's what a federal judge did for the longest, for all of history before COVID. You played 4 years, that's it, you're done. You don't play 5 years. You're a freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. If you have a medical red shirt, if you have red shirted in the past when you had to sit out a season for transfer, that would be the only reason you'd be there for a 5th year, but you only could play 4 years. Now, all of a sudden, COVID changed everything. Players, college athletes, student athletes were granted an extra year, and now it's like, everybody gets 5. It's 5 now. 5's the new 4. And so the NCAA was like, whoa. No. We are very soft. We have everybody stomp all over us, but the NCAA finally showed some spine today and showed some backbone, and they are now trying to overturn this. And so it's going to go back to you get 4 seasons. But the only problem is, Brad, you still have dozens, if not close to 100 college athletes that have been granted restraining orders in state courts to play a 5th season of their respective sports. So you still have all of that mumbo jumbo to deal with, but at least for now, the NCAA finally showed some backbone today.
Yeah, they did. And look, we need to get organized in college sports, and it's got to be cohesive. It's got to be streamlined, and it's just got to be more simple. We got to understand what guys are going to be eligible for how long, and that's it. It's got to be more black and white instead of all these legal fights that are going on. Yeah, college sports, basketball, football, some of the other ancillary sports, it's just a mess, an enormous, sloppy, disgusting mess. And, we get one ruling 1 week, and then a month later, we get another ruling. And this is, case in point. To add a few key things that Pete Thamel of ESPN also tossed in. I'm going to read directly from his tweet sent a few hours ago. Pete says this was a federal ruling, so there's no longer a blanket ruling on class of 2022 fourth-year players to have a fifth year. He also adds this does not impact the hodgepodge of state rulings on fifth years, as you already mentioned. So players would have returned to school based on the Colorado ruling will now need local state rulings to be eligible. Good Lord. Time is short on those state rulings, so they need to move fast to stay eligible. And the plaintiffs in the Wisney, I think it's how you pronounce it, can file a petition for reconsideration of the stay, but that's unlikely. The calendar favors the NCAA here, so this is expected to hold for this season. I guess it's still kind of in the muck a little bit. A few unknown areas there, some loose ends, and it'd be tied off, but yeah, for the most part, a lot of these, I've been following some of the college basketball names, Xavier Lee's, that type of players. Some of those guys have entered the portal was about 20, 25 impact players. Some of them signed with major universities, adding depth, disrupting the chemistry that already been building with a lot of those programs over the summer. So they were there for, 2, 3, 3.5 weeks, and now they're gone based on this ruling and my understanding of it. Can they come back? That's to be determined, but I just want all of this resolved before the start of the college football season and definitely before the start of the college basketball season. It would be horrific if a guy went out there, was deemed eligible, and then all of a sudden gets yanked off the floor because he's no longer eligible. Just, go with a blanket. Hopefully this is a done deal, nail in the coffin. Those players are no longer eligible. But who knows? We'll wake up tomorrow and there could be a different ruling. It's a mess.
It is a mess. And I mean, the NCAA, look, I said they finally grew a backbone, but I mean, they're still getting humiliated in court, like at every single turn. So they finally got like you said, the 10th Circuit Court to reverse what a federal judge had already ruled. And yet now they've still got dozens of restraining orders in state courts for athletes that are like, no, screw you, NCAA. Here's my restraining order. You can't touch me. I'm going to go back and play. Not to mention, we in the last couple of days here, you've got guys that were trying out for NFL teams and on preseason rosters, and now are going back to college. How is that allowed to happen? How is that allowed to happen, man? Like, what is there, Brad? Is there something in your opinion that's going to happen here in the next year that like gets us back to some kind of normalcy, or for like the foreseeable future, or at least the immediate future? Is it just going to be one giant cluster bleep when it comes to the NCAA and which athletes can play extra years and what the rules are? Because I don't even know the rules anymore as to what eligibility means. And the word student athlete, I mean, that's gone completely out the window.
Yeah, it's just ever changing, man. And I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not that studious. I would have bombed if I would have tried to pass a bar. I can tell you that right now. I've been like Kim Kardashian, probably 5, 6, 7 times over again. But yeah, I don't know if we're actually gonna get full clarity anytime soon. The college sports are a bit of a transition. I agree. We got to start treating these kids like professional athletes in every way, shape, or form. That means maybe there's a need for a collective bargaining agreement of some sort. Maybe the players unionize. I mean, there's all kinds of debate that's going to rage on about that, but we got to start treating, they're legal adults, these 18, 19, 20-year-old men who are getting paid through the NIL initiatives and elsewhere. We got to basically have free agency when it comes to college sports. Of course, you got the College Sports Act. That may or may not see the light of day at the federal level. There's just a lot of loose ends, as I said before, that need a final resolution, one way or the other. Scrawl it.
We might have lost Brad. Did we lose Brad, or was that me? I think we lost Brad there for a second. So we will get Brad back here in just a second. But again, talking about the ruling today that the NCAA, there was a decision overturned after they basically tried to pick and choose which student athletes, which college athletes could be grandfathered into the 5-year rule and which wouldn't. And which players wouldn't, or which athletes wouldn't. So, I mean, again, it's a gigantic mess. That's the best way to clarify it. And just know this, in case you keep seeing these stories over the last several months and the last few years since the NIL era and since COVID, and you're like, I don't really understand what's going on. Just know that the NCAA is a disaster. They continue to get humiliated in courts. And hopefully at some point soon, we will have a governing body, in addition to the NCAA, because they don't know how to govern college sports anymore. Hopefully we will have some kind of governing body where there are rules, there are strict guidelines, and there are floorboards put into place regarding NIL, regarding transferring, right? Like one transfer portal window or two. Make up your minds. And also when it comes to eligibility of players based on their age and based on how many years and based on how many times they've transferred. 310-840-4910. Brad, we got you back there. Las Vegas, the Strip, I think it was calling you. It was like you and Fernando Mendoza. It was like trying to sweep you up. And you had to whisk that dark magic away.
I kept talking. I have no idea when the connection just all of a sudden failed. I was on an epic rant. I was winning all kinds of awards. That was Emmy worthy in America.
You're winning a Marconi. You won a Marconi.
Yeah.
It's just
I did. And an Emmy too, because you get to see this ugly and highly punchable face, and we might be on TV somewhere.
That is true. Well, 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break here. Take an early break this hour, because when we come back, we will get to the first update on the Jets and the Steelers, which players are playing, what to look out for in this game as it goes along. We'll keep you updated on all 3 preseason games tonight. And I've got a take regarding Drew Aller and his future as it pertains to some other quarterback that we saw last night. 310-840-4910. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Alrighty, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Jets and the Steelers underway from Heinz Field, or whatever stupid name they call it now, Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh. And it was a literally perfect first drive for Geno Smith and the Jets. Again, just looking at the names in the box score, and I'm watching the game on mute, so I'm not exactly listening to which Steelers starters are out there and how often they're expected to play. But I've seen in the box score Deshaun Elliott, Derek Harmon, Jamel Dean, Patrick Queen, Peyton Wilson. So that looks like basically all of the Steelers starters here. And Geno Smith and the Jets go 10 plays, 69 yards, and it results in a 13-yard touchdown catch for the big guy, Jelani Woods, the 6'7", 253-pound tight end that started his career with the Indianapolis Colts and basically hasn't been on an active NFL roster the last couple of years. So Jelani Woods caught it out in the flat, bowled over a Steelers defender as he crossed the goal line. And Geno Smith, 7 of 7, 65 yards and a touchdown. Garrett Wilson had a catch. A.D. Mitchell had 2 catches for 29 yards. No Breece Hall, but essentially because of the groin injury that's going to keep him out right up until the start of the season. But Braylon Allen had 3 carries for only 4 yards. It was basically all Geno Smith, Brad. And it's preseason, but man, that Jets offense, they look functional. They look good.
Yeah, I mean, the key word there is functional because that was a completely the opposite dysfunctional offense for much of last season. Outside of Breece Hall, and, Breece Hall is trending in the right direction. It was originally classified, diagnosed as a 2 to 3 week injury. All indications, according to the coaching staff, is that he's going to be ready for week 1. I'm really curious to watch Braylon Allen, how much work he's going to get, kind of morphing into a Brandon Jacobs type, given his just massive muscular frame. I mean, the guy looks like he's tacked on about 15 pounds of muscle. He must be pounding the protein shakes. It's utterly ridiculous how yoked he is. He did have a catch for 5 yards in that first drive, but you're right, man. I mean, Geno's gotten some good buzz coming out of Jets training camp. People just glossing over, it's Geno. Once the real games start, what's going to happen. He's going to royally suck. That's what Geno Smith typically does. I mean, Geno's had a couple of good years in his career. He's also had a couple of lousy career years, but A.D. Mitchell was also the big standout, as you mentioned on that drive, the 2 catches for nearly 30 yards. And that's a guy that's generated quite a bit of hype here about the last, it seems like 7 to 10 days. Maybe he's on the brink, on the precipice of a breakout campaign, but it's all going to be tied to Geno Smith. And right now we're seeing good Geno, not disastrous Geno. And you're right, too. It sounds like it's against largely number ones, the Pittsburgh Steelers. And that first drive for the Steel Towners, that was atrocious in its own right. Will Howard didn't complete a single pass. I don't think he attempted one. It was a quick 3 and out, and the Jets could be taken off yet again.
Yeah, he did on a third down because they tried to run the ball twice, and Jaylen Warren got 2 yards and then got stopped in the backfield. So on 3rd and 9, Will Howard tried to uncork a deep one over the middle and overthrew Roman Wilson by about 5 yards. And that's important, and that's going to lead me into, honestly, Brad, something I very, very firmly believe. But when it comes to the Steelers' plan tonight, Will Howard was expected to start. He is starting because we just saw him out there for the first drive, and he's going to play roughly the first half. Now, Mike McCarthy did make a mention that Mason Rudolph's not going to play tonight, and it's because they've seen a lot and they've seen enough out of their veterans. Rodgers not playing, so Mason Rudolph's not playing, so I think you're just going to get a 50-50 split. Will Howard will play the first half. Drew Aller will play the second. Brad, this could be the deciding game as to who is QB3 and who gets either cut or waived to put on the practice squad and who could potentially get poached by a different team in the NFL. So this is a massive game tonight for Will Howard and the Drew Aller quarterback battle. One other side thought that I have that I want to bring up, but I don't think it's actually going to happen. Could the Steelers trade Mason Rudolph if both Will Howard and Drew Aller look good enough to warrant one of them being the backup to Rodgers. Like, would Pittsburgh and Mike McCarthy risk having a young quarterback with zero regular season experience? Remember, last year, Will Howard, I think, broke his hand, hurt his hand in the preseason, and that cost him like his entire preseason, and then obviously didn't play at all in the regular season, so he hasn't played a snap. Aller's obviously a rookie. Would you risk having a young QB with zero experience playing if Rodgers gets hurt early in the season? Now, Mason Rudolph admitted he's jealous that the rookies have an excellent system in place to learn under McCarthy and new OC Brian Angelicchio. So I don't think it's going to happen. I ultimately think there is going to be a tough decision. It's either going to be Will Howard or Drew Aller who gets put on the practice squad, and again, could potentially get scooped up by somebody. I don't see a world that exists where the Steelers carry 4 quarterbacks. So, Brad, honestly, I think this game determines tonight who's going to be on the active 53-man roster. Is it their fresh third-round draft pick, Drew Aller, or is it the 6th-round draft pick from a year ago in Will Howard?
I think it's going to be Aller, and I know you agree with that sentiment. I mean, Will Howard has been a guy that just consistently hits the opposing team or, the defense squarely in the numbers. I mean, he's had all kinds of turnover and interception issues, well documented throughout training camp, and it's kind of carried over into the preseason. Now, we got a very small sample size, one pass so far that overthrows, you mentioned, a Roman Wilson, but he's going to get a second lease on life here, but he's got to kind of show up and show out. And it looks like the Jets are already starting to pull some of their starters. Geno's already out of this game. But getting back to the quarterback situation, who's going to win the 3rd spot in that ranks at that position? I think it's going to be Drew Aller, man. He's just probably a more talented overall quarterback than Will Howard, though Howard has a little bit more experience, of course, than the rookie does. But Howard's just been plagued by turnover issues, and it's probably going to come back to haunt him.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. Geno Smith out of the game. They put in Cade Klubnik. Jets went 3 and out, so the Steelers are getting the ball back. We'll see Will Howard again here with that Steelers offense. No Michael Pittman or DK Metcalf expected to play in this game tonight, but we did see already a pass for Roman Wilson, and I would imagine we're going to see some of the other Steelers receivers like the rookie Jeremy Bernard, the special teams wonder Ben Skoranek, Caden Wetjen, pride of Iowa, not ILL, the pride of Iowa. And I haven't seen what tight ends. I haven't seen what tight ends are on the field yet for the Steelers, but that's definitely an eye. That's something worth keeping an eye on as well. Brad, I think it is going to be Drew Aller. I think Will Howard's going to end up getting waived. I think he's going to get put on the practice squad. And if there's a team that thinks that, hey, he's worth a shot, they'll pick him up and they'll put him on their roster. If there's another team that has an injury, I mean, we've already seen several teams with 3rd string injuries. The Texans are one of them. Right, Graham Mertz tore his ACL, so they brought in Brett Rippon, and he's behind Davis Mills and C.J. Stroud. Brett Rippon's 30 years old. I mean, is there any point to having him on the roster? So at the end of the preseason, could the Texans say, all right, we're going to get rid of Brett Rippon and we'll pick up Will Howard and we'll take a shot on a guy that's in his 2nd year, just as who the hell knows? I think you could see something like that. Or also with Carolina, who, remember, we're going to get to them in just a bit with their game, but Haynes King looked good at the Hall of Fame game and then picked up an injury, and they might cut Haynes King from stuff that I've seen. So the Panthers have Bryce Young, Kenny Pickett, and Kyle Trask. And Kyle Trask is another one. I mean, he's 30, he's 28 years old. At this point, he was Baker Mayfield's backup the last several years, but would they rather take a shot on somebody like Will Howard? So I think Drew Aller is going to be on the active roster. I think Will Howard will not be on the Steelers in about a month from now. But not only that, Brad, I think Drew Aller is going to ball out again tonight, like he balled out last week, completed more than 80% of his passes, threw for 200 yards and 2 touchdowns, and ran one in. Last week, I coronated him, and I don't care if that's the right verb or not. I coronated Drew Aller as the future quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think he honestly should be the backup to Aaron Rodgers this season. And as it pertains to the guy that we saw play football last night, Brad, and that's Fernando Mendoza, the number 1 overall pick, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I feel it in my loins because I am about as high on Drew Aller as you could be. You know it. I think Drew Aller is going to end up having a better NFL career than Fernando Mendoza. And I think that Drew Aller was the guy that a lot of people saw as the number 1 overall pick last year. You can't deny the potential. You can't deny the talent. And then everything went to crap last year. The broken ankle, the disastrous season at Penn State. His coach had no idea what he was doing. James Franklin, they finally get rid of him. And look, Drew Aller wasn't that great last year, even before he got hurt. But the 2 years before that, there was a reason why he was in the conversation with Arch Manning and all the other quarterbacks to be the potential number 1 overall pick. He's got the size, he's got the arm talent, he's got the mobility in the legs. We saw it for the first 2 years at Penn State. It's there. And I think under the tutelage of Mike McCarthy, with a very stable, consistently winning franchise with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and him learning under Aaron Rodgers this year, he's better positioned to have a better NFL career than Fernando Mendoza, with the Raiders, who have been a loser for basically the better part of the last 15 years. And yes, Kirk Cousins, he's a pro's pro to learn under. You don't get better than learning under Aaron Rodgers and watching him do what he does. And I think Drew Aller honestly has the better tools and the better traits. So if he could put it all together, he's going to have a better NFL career than Mendoza.
I ask you a question here, Pat. Are you the one that's actually in Las Vegas right now? And when did you start drinking?
Not in Vegas, not drinking, man. I mean, look, it might be a bit of a crazy prediction because Mendoza is the number 1 overall pick, but I think at this point you would agree he's not starting for the first couple of weeks. And so if at most he has a half of a season or 3/4 of a season of a leg up in experience on Drew Aller, okay, so be it. Look at the weapons around him. Yeah, he's got Brock Bowers. Yeah, you know, we both think Genty can be a great running back with a good offensive line. He's got no receivers. Look at who Drew Aller's got. He's got Michael Pittman, who will be there next year. He's got DK Metcalf, who will be there next year. He's got a better offensive line. I think that the experience of Mike McCarthy, everybody, like Clint Kubiak's the sexy hire of the offseason, right? And so I think a lot of people will be like, who would you rather have as your quarterback, head coach? Who would you rather have as your quarterback whisperer, your guru? A lot of people right now would say Clint Kubiak, and that's fair. The guy's coming off a Super Bowl. Let's not forget Mike McCarthy's got a Super Bowl. Let's not forget Mike McCarthy developed Aaron Rodgers. Let's not forget that Mike McCarthy is a hell of a head coach and an offensive awesome coach in his own right. All the years leading a top 5 offense with Dallas and years before that in Green Bay. Now Mike McCarthy is going to basically, and he already said, we had to basically factory reset Drew Aller. I think the improvements he's already made on top of a season sitting and watching behind Aaron Rodgers, he will immediately hit the ground running, have a better year in 2027 when he's the starter than Mendoza. And I think Drew Aller, again, I'm 10 toes down here, Brad. Drew Aller is going to have a better NFL career than Fernando Mendoza.
All right, we got to get a side wager on this. A steak dinner, something, a bottle, maybe an entire 5-gallon pail of my favorite tequila, because you are going to lose that wager. Now, here is something that, I'm kind of throwing you a bone with, that Clint Kubiak said today, the Raiders head coach, about, the situation you just described. I think you did it very accurately. Clint Kubiak said the team is still trying to find a wide receiver who is, quote, accountable and can help us on Sunday, end quote. Besh, Jalen Naylor, Trey Tucker, apparently not winning the good graces of the coach. So, you're speaking to the situation. It's definitely a healthier offensive environment in Pittsburgh, no doubt about it. I know DK Metcalf is kind of falling off, a king of inconsistency, but Michael Pittman is a perfect fit for that McCarthy system. Big body guy, reliable hands, may catch 75, 80 balls this year off the hand of Aaron Rodgers. Drew Aller does have the physical tools to be successful at the next level. The difference, and it's absolutely key, is the brain of Mendoza. If there is somebody that could be a modern Tom Brady in terms of, reading and assessing defenses between the ears. I'm not saying he's going to produce like Tom Brady. Nobody may ever produce like Tom Brady did. He is a GOAT for all of the right reasons. But Mendoza has a similar mindset and approach as Tom Brady. He's got good zip on his fastball, can drop it in the bucket. He, bar none, will have the better NFL career than Drew Aller. I'll see you at the bar at roughly 9 p.m. Pacific time, me amigo, right here in Vegas.
310-840-4910. Look, recency bias at times is a hell of a drug. Who in their right mind was talking about Fernando Mendoza being the number 1 overall pick 12 months ago? Nobody. Now, does that mean that he didn't earn it? Does that mean that he didn't deserve to be the number 1 overall pick in a unanimous landslide? Yes, he did. He put together one of the more stunning and just incredible historic college football seasons of all time. By the point at the end of the year, like there was no doubt who the best team in college football was. We spent the first 8-9 games of the year being like, is Indiana for real? Are they really this good? Nah, they're not better than Ohio State. They're not better than Alabama. They're not better than Georgia. And then literally 3 weeks later, we're like, Indiana's going to win this thing, and it's going to be in a landslide. So yes, Mendoza did take a big step forward. But if Drew Aller didn't get hurt last year, if Drew Aller didn't have James Franklin as his head coach and actually had a competent offensive mind or a competent offensive coordinator, where would he have been last year? How much better would he have even been going into last year after he dominated his first 2 seasons as the Penn State quarterback? That's what I think is kind of getting lost in translation. And let's not forget a year ago where we all thought, or maybe where a lot of people thought Arch Manning would be, and where he is now, having to kind of earn it. So I think you look at who's got the better arm to be determined. But I mean, I saw some of the throws Aller made last week. He's got a rocket. He's bigger. He's stronger. You think Mendoza is just a better quarterback and a better decision maker? You know, again, he proved it last year while Aller took a step back and then only played 4 games because he got hurt. But Drew Aller was the better college quarterback a year ago. And I think learning under Mike McCarthy with better weapons in place, a more stable, consistent winning organization that obviously knows how to develop quarterbacks, or at least they did with Big Ben, right? They got one of them this century. They've been trying to find the one ever since. I think he is in the perfect place to take over next year, right? Rodgers is going to retire at the end of this season. We've seen the Mason Rudolph song and dance time and time again. We don't need to see it anymore after this year. And Drew Aller has already been out playing Will Howard in preseason. That's all the reports that we've heard, that I've seen, is that, wow, Drew Aller looks better than Will Howard. I think he's going to prove it again tonight. Will Howard, 2 scoreless drives, 2 very quick drives. Hasn't wowed anybody yet in this game. Had a decent game last week, but Aller stole the show. I think he's going to dominate again tonight. And I think at the end of the regular season, or the end of the preseason, in just about a week and a half from now, Will Howard will be on the practice squad or he'll be on somebody else's roster, and the stage will be set for Drew Aller to be the Steelers quarterback in 2027. And, we might be waiting a couple of years to have an answer to this, Brad, but I will be there wherever you and I are. And I will be there to tell you and everybody else when Drew Aller is in position to win Super Bowls and MVPs and having a better career than Fernando Mendoza. I'll be the guy that says, I told you so.
We have officially jumped the shark here on BetMGM tonight. This is the first moment since our reintroduction of the airwaves, since our introduction here on Westwood One Sports in late December. This is the moment. It really is. Don't underestimate the mind of Mendoza. And I'm going to leave it at that. And I'm going to collect my winnings. Or maybe it's going to be swimming around my stomach after the number of victorious shots that I take at a random watering hole here in Viva Las Vegas 2 years down the road.
310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. Jets lead the Steelers 7-0. Geno Smith, perfect drive. He is out of the ballgame since. Cade Klubnik is in. Will Howard is expected to play the first half for the Steelers. We've got the Panthers and the Jaguars kicking off in a matter of moments. We will get you keyed in on everything you need to know in that game. And then later tonight, a good one. Packers, Broncos, 9 o'clock Eastern. We'll get you set for that game as well. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
All right, welcome on back to the show. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Brad, before we get to the Carolina Panthers and the Jacksonville Jaguars game, which has started, but again, we're going to get you filled in on everything you need to know as we keep you updated throughout it. And we'll get to Broncos Packers in just a bit. But real quickly, an update on Jets and Steelers. Jets still lead at 7-0. And Cade Klubnik in the game for the Jets. He's made a couple of decent throws and a couple of scrambles. And then for Pittsburgh, they have had 3 drives, and they have not done a whole lot so far. Will Howard did complete a 14-yard pass to Roman Wilson. Or this is their 3rd drive. So 2 drives, and a combined 7 plays have only netted 5 yards. Will Howard is 1 for 3 for 14 yards. He did take a sack, and he just hasn't looked all that comfortable so far. Again, made a nice throw to Roman Wilson that went for 14, but that's really about it. Not a whole lot of action. The best action so far was the opening drive when Geno and the Jets starters, minus Breece Hall, went 10 plays, 69 yards, and just marched right down the field to score a touchdown. So anybody that's trying to buy some stock in the Jets against the Steelers starters, they look pretty decent for their first main action in preseason football. So let's get to a phone call here before we get to those other games. 310-840-4910. Our guy Ross in New Jersey next up on BetMGM Tonight. Ross, what's going on, dude?
Patty B, Brad, how we doing, guys?
Good, brother. How are you?
What's up, Ross?
What's going on? Yeah, so you guys, a couple segments ago, you were talking about DeJon Stribling, and I think the hype's all there. I'm kind of having a little buyer's remorse, though, because I'm in a 12-team dynasty league. We had our entry draft about a week and a half ago, which was pretty much like right around when Stribling broke out. And there was like that string of Jacoby Lame. I know, Pat, you were singing his praises a couple weeks ago. Zachariah Branch on Atlanta. I wound up going with Antonio Williams on the Commanders, and I'm starting to think I might have pulled a little Howie Roseman, Jalen Reagor with Jettas.
That's good. That is good. Yeah, I mean, Jalen Reagor, my God, dude, you couldn't. There's not many more bad choices than that over the last decade in terms of the wide receiver position.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's definitely
I'll tell
the
you
case.
this, though, Pat. Yeah,
Go ahead,
my bad,
Ross.
Brad. No, I was just going to say, Pat, I think I might have redeemed myself the round afterward. I did take your guy Malachi Fields. Shout out to your Fighting Irish and your Giants. He didn't look too bad against my Vikings.
That's right.
But yeah, that was just my question, though. If you were to rank those 4, Antonio Williams, Jacoby Lane, Zachariah Branch, DeJon Stribling going into next season, 1 through 4, how would you rank them?
Oh, good stuff, Ross. Great question. I mean, I'll let Brad handle most of this. I would just say I think Jacoby Lane, DeJon Stribling, number 1 and 2, and after last night and knowing the 49ers injuries, although, again, we had Rashad Bateman get arrested today on domestic violence charges, I would still probably have DeJon Stribling at 1 and Jacoby Lane at 2. And then I think you said Malachi Fields and Antonio Williams. Probably Malachi Fields 3, Antonio Williams 4. Brad, would you have it any other order?
I concur 1,000% with that order. And I think DeJon Stribling, it's really a pretty sizable advantage over Jacoby Lane, in my opinion. He's just such a perfect fit for everything that Shanahan runs that offense. And now he's got full confidence of Brock Purdy, who, by the way, is a pretty damn accurate quarterback. No knock on Lamar Jackson, who is absolutely spectacular, 2-time MVP. We know what he can bring to the table. They still got Zay Flowers there. Again, Strib. The Stribulator, I like to call him. Some people are saying, buy tickets and let's go to the Strib Club. Dad jokes. I mean, all the nicknames are going to apply. The guy is going to be a rookie sensation this year. And yeah, sorry, Ross. I would have buyer's remorse too.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Ross. 310-840-4910. All right, let's get to this Panthers-Jaguars game because we weren't sure, Brad, who was going to play for Jacksonville. And now that the game has started, we've got clarity. So we didn't know if Trevor Lawrence was going to play or the rest of the Jaguars starters. It sounded like Liam Cohen was going to, and then after their joint practices over the last couple of days, kind of backed off of that, but would not confirm one way or another. Each team has had a possession. It's 0-0, and Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars starters not playing. You got Nick Mullins at quarterback. You got Amir Abdullah, who took one carry, and the other carry for the Jaguars belonged to CJ Williams, which is a receiver. So I'm not watching that one because that's not on national TV. So that might have been like a jet sweep or something. So again, the Jaguars are going with their backups, but we already have seen a possession for Bryce Young and the Panthers starters, and they're expected to play a decent amount tonight. They had 3 drives last week against the Buffalo Bills, Brad. 3 and outs, 9 plays, barely any yardage. And I don't think the plan was then to play these guys for the second straight preseason game. But after how poor they looked against the Bills, Dave Canales was like, these guys are playing again tonight. So Bryce Young, most of the Panthers starters expected to play reportedly 15 to 20 plays, if not the entire first quarter. And again, 1 possession so far. They did get a first down on a pass interference, but not much after that. They're in the midst of their second possession right now. So, Brad, while we work our way through this, key players to look out for tonight for the Carolina Panthers, hoping to get some momentum going after they basically were stuck in neutral last week in the first preseason game.
Yeah, let's look at the running back position. You got Chuba Hubbard out week to week still with a hamstring injury. We're going to see what his availability is for the opener against my Chicago Bears. That game being played in Charlotte between the Panthers and Bears. Jonathan Brooks, that is a guy whose arrow has been pointing sky high north here over the last about 2 weeks. He's already got a couple of carries in the game for just 4 yards. Doesn't have a reception, but that guy is generating a ton of buzz. The hype has certainly been building. It's starting to get a bit deafening out of Charlotte around him. For those of people that play in fantasy drafts, so we just had Ross on. Obviously he does. He's a Dynasty League player. Ross, a guy going around pick number 100 overall, and I think that's a correct assessment of where his value currently lies. Now, he's barely played the NFL. I think he's had like 12 total touches in his brief career. He's already had 2 ACL displacements. But he is a legitimate 3 down, tour de force. And Bryce Young is another player I want to look at in this game. Just 1 for 2 for 5 yards. And I like Jalen Coker. Jalen Coker, I think, has really sewn up the WR2 position next to Ted McMillan. He is a player of interest. He's long. He's lanky. He can play in the slot, can play outside. Bryce Young, you and I have talked about, deserves a little bit more credit. A lot of people just kind of gloss over him, don't give him, any kind of love whatsoever. But we've seen an increase every single season. All 3 years he's been in the league in completion percentage. And it just seems like he's on the precipice of taking another major step forward in his maturation and his numerical output, largely because of Ted McMillan and Jalen Coker, too, who I think is really going to shine this season. So I'm looking at Brooks. I'm looking at Coker. I'm looking at Bryce Young. Those are guys I'm examining under the microscope for the Carolina Panthers. And Pat, I just learned that Amir Abdullah is still in the league. I had no idea he's with the Jacksonville Jaguars until you mentioned the name. I'm like, that Amir Abdullah? Really? The former Lion? Yeah, I guess he is.
Yes, that is right. Yeah, Amir Abdullah, 33 years old. I guess he's trying to make the Jaguars roster here. Because Bashal Tutin is not a given, right? I mean, that Travis Etienne walked and went to New Orleans, and so Bashal Tutin's taken over the number 1 running back spot. But after that, it's Chris Rodriguez, formerly of the Commanders, LaQuint Allen, and Amir Abdullah. Hey, DJ Dallas. Remember DJ Dallas? Used to be with the Dallas Cowboys, if I'm not mistaken. I remember Dallas on Dallas. Oh, yeah, that's right. Seahawks, sorry. I was thinking Dallas Cowboy. Yeah. All right, I was dead wrong.
Dallas
I just got fooled. Yeah. I got fooled by the name. I do remember, yes, his first couple of years behind Marshawn Lynch in Seattle. So, okay, yes, because I used to play with the Seahawks in Madden, and I remember I would just run Marshawn Lynch into the ground, and then whenever he needed it, when like Madden made you take somebody out, it was like DJ Dallas. Okay, all right. So look, that's one hell of a running back room for the Jacksonville Jaguars, but. Yeah, look, with the Carolina Panthers, here's another key to look out for. Both offensive tackles, and this isn't new news, but in case you've missed it and, you're recently back from vacation or You're trying to pick up the pieces before the season starts here. Both Panthers offensive tackles, Ike Ekwonu, their left tackle, who's really good, ruptured patella tendon in the loss to the Rams in the playoffs. He's still on the PUP list. And Taylor Moton, who's got the blood clot, those guys seem like they're nowhere close to being ready to play. It seems like they could miss several weeks into the season. And so this is a big night for 19th overall pick Monroe Freeling, the rookie from Georgia. So again, this game's not on national TV. I'm watching Jets Steelers, but that's something to look out for. And then the quarterback rotation after Bryce Young is probably going to be Kenny Pickett for the second quarter, and then I would guess Kyle Trask for the entire second half because, again, Haynes King, hamstring injury in the Hall of Fame game, could be cut. So that's something to look out for. And then an update on this Jets Steelers. By the way, Panthers first and goal at the Jaguars 9. So the second drive, they've got their first
looking good.
Their first down that they've actually earned here of the preseason, and now they've got first and goal. But meanwhile, in the Jets and the Steelers game, Will Howard might have sealed his fate here, Brad. He threw an interception on the last drive for the Steelers, badly underthrown, looking for Roman Wilson, and it got picked off by Andre Sisco. So I think Will Howard is there's no shot he's going to be on this active roster at the end of the preseason, and then it's just a matter of, is anybody going to pick him up, or is he going to be on the practice squad?
No, he's going to be a Saskatchewan Rough Rider. That's my projection. My prediction right now. I mean, the guy's a magnet for turnovers. That is a fundamental flaw in professional tackle football, any level of football. He has been no bueno, to say the least. Sorry, Ohio State.
The Carolina Panthers have second and goal from the 1, trying to score their first points with their starters of the preseason. We'll get you an update when we come back, so breathe easy, Panthers fans. And also, we'll get you set for a really good one tonight in the preseason. Broncos-Packers, all the things you need to know about that game when we come back. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
This is
your live game night huddle, while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Friday night get-together kicks off right now. Don't forget, you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Previewing and talking about in-depth the preseason games going on tonight, what it means for the rest of the year for both of these teams, for some of these players. Right now, the Carolina Panthers lead the Jacksonville Jaguars. They had second and goal at the 1-yard line when we went to commercial break, and it was a really good second drive after a fruitless first drive for the Panthers, but they punched it in finally, and it's Jonathan Brooks' 1-yard touchdown run. Brad, you've been talking a lot about him because of that Chuba Hubbard hamstring injury that is going to have him sidelined week to week. His status, definitely a big question mark for week 1, and so after a lackluster first drive on top of 3 3-and-outs last week against the Bills defense, the Panthers finally get it going. Bryce Young so far on the night, 5 of 6, 49 yards. Tet McMillan's got 2 catches. Tommy Tremble, former Notre Dame tight end's got 2 catches. And the aforementioned Jonathan Brooks, 5 carries, 18 yards, and a touchdown. So that is definitely more of what you were hoping to see from the Panthers. And again, I think the Jaguars not really playing any of their starters, but look, they finally had a sustained drive, which has got to be good for their momentum, and that's probably the rest of Bryce Young and the Panthers starters that we'll see for the rest of the preseason.
Yeah, please send them down. I mean, they're done. They've gone out there and proved their mettle. They've proved their worth. They proved that they're ready to go. And again, the biggest takeaway here is Jonathan Brooks. Week to week, that is the status right now at Chuba Hubbard with that soft tissue issue. It's a hamstring, and those things are fickle, right? They can flare up at a moment's notice. You know, the expectation that a lot of people were talking about was Jonathan Brooks is going to eventually overtake Chuba Hubbard, maybe by mid-season, maybe by like week 8-ish, around there. But I think the hostile takeover in that backfield has already occurred. I think come week 1 against the Bears, vulnerable and beatable defense in the trenches in their own right, you're probably going to see more Jonathan Brooks than Chuba Hubbard if, and that's a big if right now, if Chuba Hubbard is even active. This could be into perpetuity the rest of the season, at least a 65-35, 60-40 Brooks to Hubbard split. So Jonathan Brooks, ADP, average draft position, fantasy drafts right now over last week, around pick number 104 overall. I would reach maybe a round earlier than that ADP because it looks like he's going to get a heavy workload to begin the season.
310-840-4910. Meanwhile, again, for Jacksonville, it's Nick Mullins under center, so not much to get excited about in Duval, but to see some of those backups, remember the ageless Amir Abdullah. He's their lead running back so far tonight. Nick Mullins, 5 of 5 now for 60 yards. They're starting to generate some steam as they're past midfield on their second drive. And then in the Jets and the Steelers, it was a perfect first drive for Geno Smith and Gang Green. They went 10 plays, 69 yards. It resulted in a Jelani Woods touchdown catch. The big man, 6'7", used to be with the Colts, has not played in the NFL in a regular season game in over 3 years. So this is a big year for him. And since then, the starters came out for the Jets. It's been Cade Klubnik. Meanwhile, for the Steelers, that's the one to look out for tonight. Will Howard expected to play the entire first half. Drew Aller, who I said last hour is going to have a better NFL career than Fernando Mendoza. He's going to play the second half, so we are almost there at 7-0 Jets, under 3 minutes to go in the second quarter. Will Howard had a brutal interception last possession, severely underthrew his receiver, but this possession, he looks pretty good. He's already connecting several passes here on this drive as they are near the red zone. And so Will Howard on the night now, 10 of 14, 74 yards, no touchdowns, does have that pick. Ben Skoranek, the special teams wonder. He's got 3 catches for 26 yards. Roman Wilson hoping to step up this year and make an impact. He's got 2 catches for 16 yards. And we're seeing a good amount of Rico Dowdle and Jalen Warren tonight, Brad. Are you surprised that those guys
oddly
they're still in the game? They've each gotten 5 carries. That's the starting running back. So that's the running back 1 and running back 2 for Pittsburgh. They're still in the game at the end of the first half here.
Why? I mean, seriously, what do they have to prove? I mean, both are, ironclad veterans. Their roster placement is solidified. I mean, it's been poured in concrete since day one. They're going to work in tandem together. Jalen Warren probably going to get around 45 to 50% of the opportunity share, and Rico Dowdle about the same as well. Rico very effective between the tackles. We saw it previously in Carolina. What he's able to do, had some monster games with the Panthers. A lot of people talking about that he's in store for a big year, but I would temper those expectations because of Warren's pass catching ability. And Aaron Rodgers himself has already come out and said it this summer. That he was looking to check the ball down a little bit more. And he goes, I think I need to get Warren more involved in the pass game. So you could really see a lot of creativity in terms of Warren's usage. And that guy's built like a bowling ball, can run multiple routes in the tree. It's inexplicable. These guys are still in the game. McCarthy, pull them before disaster strikes, my man.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Really doesn't make a lot of sense. This long. First quarter, okay, I can understand it. Nearly the entire first half for a couple of veteran running backs? I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
That does reinforce to me, Brad, that this is a serious scouting competition or a serious competition going on right now between Will Howard and Drew Aller. I think they really want to give these guys as many reps
sense.
with either the starters or fringe starters. Again, because the only guys that really aren't playing is Pittman and DK Metcalf. Like Skoranek and Roman Wilson, that's like wide receiver 3 and 4. Those guys are going to get, probably 20 to 30 catches each this year. They're going to have somewhat of an impact. And so outside of Pittman and Metcalf, you're almost looking at the full Steelers starting 11 here. So I can't wait to see who's on the field with Drew Aller in the second half. And I highly, highly doubt Warren or Dowdle will be on the field. And maybe Skoranek and Roman Wilson aren't either. But, man, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for Drew Aller in that second half. So they're at the 2-minute warning. Steelers are trying to get some points on the board. I can't. I'm telling you that I can't. 310-840.
You're hot and bothered for that guy.
I am. 310-840-4910. All right, and then coming up at the top of the hour, Brad, the third and final preseason game tonight is between the Broncos and the Packers. And so far what we know is that Bo Nix is going to play for the first time this preseason. Last time we saw Bo Nix, it was that ugly fractured ankle on the final play of their offense in the AFC divisional round where they beat the Buffalo Bills. Bo Nix did not play in the AFC title game. And so he did not play in the preseason opener last week, but Bo Nix expected to be on a pitch count of roughly 14 plays. So before we get to the Green Bay side of things, Brad, what are you looking forward to see from Bo Nix? Again, new play caller in Davis Webb. And what are you looking forward to see the rest of that Broncos offense?
Yeah, I'll look at the speed of the Broncos offense. It feels like they've kind of picked up the tempo under Webb, and players are really responding positively. So I'm really curious to see how Bo Nix adjusts to what is being installed and implemented by Davis Webb. It's going to be a small sample size. We might see him for 2 series, but that's probably going to be the maximum, unless he has an epic long first drive that could be 10 or 12 plays, and that could be all she wrote. So I'm curious to see how he responds. And again, what I feel is going to be more of a fast-paced system this year. The other, player I want to look out for, who's been running with the ones, who's generated all kinds of hype in training camp, is none other than the former ILL standout and Pat Bryant, who, by all accounts, again, my friends, I know a number of beat reporters in that market because I lived there for 7 years. They've texted me this week saying, man, he has been the star. No question about it throughout the Broncos training camp. He had 1 drive in the last game He was targeted, I think, with the first pass of the game, caught it for 15 yards, and that was it. They're like, okay, we've seen enough. So we're going to see how much we see of him and what the usage is of Pat Bryant, who could be on the brink of a breakout on his own. That's why we saw more run from Cortland Sutton in the last game. It's not like Sutton's got to really disappear, but I have a feeling that Bryant will eventually emerge as a WR2 in this offense, with Jalen Waddle being the WR1. And the other guy you're probably going to see maybe in the second quarter, definitely in the second half, the rookie out of Washington. He's built like a beer keg with feet. At 5'8", 228 pounds, is Jonah Coleman. Very high yak accumulator at the collegiate level. Excellent missed tackle rates as well. He's already had a couple of nice showings so far in training camp in the preseason. Will that continue tonight? So I will really be looking at the play of Pat Bryant, Bo Nix, that combination early on in the game, and then Jonah Coleman whenever he enters the picture, and see how, if he's going to be pinballing off would-be tacklers like we saw in the last game. So those are two guys for me that I'm really going to be paying the closest of attention to.
All right, sweet. Before we get to the Packers side of things, another update, another interception for Will Howard. Brad, I think he's getting cut tomorrow.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
I think he's getting cut. I think he's getting cut tomorrow, man. I mean, I saw the back end of it, and they went right to commercial break, so I'm waiting for them to come back and show the replay. But 2 interceptions, 0 points, and his stat line is most likely going to finish 10 of 15, 74 yards, no touchdowns, 2 picks, took a sack. Oh, boy. Drew Allar's probably going to play with backups, but he's going to play against backups, or, going to play with third stringers, or going to play against third stringers in the second half. Oh, baby. You're not. I'm going to be a problem. I'm going to be a real problem, Brad, if Drew Aller goes off again tonight. But, I mean, look, I think Will Howard has sealed his fate. I think he's going to get cut. Look, there's no point even keeping him anymore past, to roster cut down date. What's the issue? Like, put him on the well, I guess you could to the end of preseason, and then, say, hey, we're going to waive you and put you on the practice squad. Hopefully nobody picks you up. And we'll see if anybody picks up Will Howard. But I think his time and any hope of him being the Steelers quarterback in the near future are now over with this performance tonight. Just threw his second interception and got outplayed by Drew Aller last week. Will Howard, 6th-round draft pick a year ago, he's going to be gone in Pittsburgh. 310-840-4910. All right, on the Green Bay side of things, starters expected to play, but it's unclear for how long. So we're going to see my guy Jordan Love, the MVP of the 2026 NFL season.
Oh, boy.
We're not going to I highly, highly doubt we're going to see Josh Jacobs, right, Brad? I mean, I don't know what you've seen on the reporting on him, but especially with all the
he's dealing with
potential
groin.
with all the legal trouble, and he's having a groin issue. He didn't return to practice until a couple of days ago after he missed a few days. I'm going to say 99% we don't see Josh Jacobs, and I don't think we're going to see Tucker Kraft. So, because I know he's been impressing in team drills, but again, he's coming back from the torn ACL. So really, how much do they want to even risk putting him on the field? So who are the 2 guys, or who are a couple of guys you're very excited to watch tonight with Jordan Love on the field? Maybe only for a series. Maybe the Packers starters are only on the field for a series. But either way, who are you excited to watch, if not only for a couple of plays in this Green Bay offense?
I know a lot of people are jazzed about Christian Watson, and I get it. He really shined when he came back off the injury last year. But again, his hamstrings are held together with duct tape and Bubblicious. And I don't know if he's going to stay upright and healthy. He could be the WR1 in this offense. Some people are, all head over heels in love with Jaden Reed. I'm not the biggest Jaden Reed fan, who's not seeing a lot of action in 12 personnel packages. Matthew Golden, I think, is going to be the breakout sensation in northern Wisconsin this year. He's going to earn all of the cheddar. And a guy I think is going to lead this team in receptions. I think he's going to lead this team in yards. I think he's going to be in the conversation of maybe having a handful of touchdowns when it's all said and done. Elite speed, 4.29, 40-yard dashing ran at the combine a couple of years ago. He was the star of Packers training camp last year, but that never transitioned seamlessly into the regular season. Hell, he didn't even have a single touchdown in like the dozen games that he played in the regular season. And Jordan Love and him just simply were out of sync as Love was overthrowing him, almost impossibly so, way too many times. But I think Golden, who's had a damn good camp, pretty good preseason. I'm going to see if that continues tonight. And Marshawn Lloyd, too, who is a clear handcuff, the RB2 to Josh Jacobs in this offense. Another guy, very injury prone in his NFL career. Just stay upright, make some splashy plays, and again, solidify your position as the RB2.
310-840-4910 is the phone number to join. I cannot wait to see the first taste of Bo Nix with Davis Webb calling his plays for the Denver Broncos. Big decision this offseason. Sean Payton turning over the play calling to the very young Davis Webb, who was just a quarterback in the NFL a few years ago. 310-840-4910. Brad, you ready for the list, brother? You ready to do the list when we come back?
Yeah, I guess. Should I take a shot? And then I'll really be ready.
Well, you better get ready one way or another, Buster, because the list is coming up next on this Friday night. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports. I don't know why.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
All right, welcome all back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. At the half, the Jets lead the Steelers 7-0. Perfect first drive from Geno Smith and company. Since then, Cade Klubnik and the backups have done a decent job. But, man, Will Howard, I think he's going to find himself off this Steelers roster in a short order. 10 of 15, 74 yards, but 2 interceptions, both of them in while the Pittsburgh Steelers were driving. So we're going to see Drew Aller in the second half, baby, and I am jacked up for that one. Elsewhere, Panthers and the Jaguars. No starters playing at all for Jacksonville. The starters are playing for the Panthers, or at least were. They played 2 possessions. They scored on their second one. Jonathan Brooks, 1-yard touchdown run. Remember, Chuba Hubbard's got the hamstring injury. And so Bryce Young, 5 of 6, 49 yards. Jonathan Brooks, 5 carries, 18 yards and a touchdown. Couple of catches for Tet McMillan. And the Panthers lead the Jags 7-3 early second quarter. Kenny Pickett now already in for Carolina. And we just got you all set up and previewed for Broncos-Packers. Both starters going to play, even if only for a series or 2. So we're excited for that one. All right, it's a Friday night. It is time. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's do it. Here is the list.
I'm gonna have to go tell the world exactly what's on the list.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I love trivia.
Hey, the champ is telling you to do something. You know what? You just made the list.
Let's go, baby. Little Friday night trivia. We get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. We get VP Monty in the mix. And it's every man for themselves between me, Combs, and Brad. Monty, what is the list for this week, brother? What are you throwing our way?
Hopefully something that doesn't upset you as much as last week upset you. So we'll pretend that didn't happen, right?
Brad, hold on. Brad, you were off last Friday, right? Do you know?
Yeah.
Do you happen to know what this jackwagon
this was coming
put in as the list?
No, what was it? Because I missed it.
It was the top 20 pitchers in terms of home runs allowed so far this season in Major League Baseball.
Oh, every Chicago Cub imaginable.
It was great.
Outside of Shohei Managa, I think he was the only one on the list. I mean, you're talking about
former Cub.
I think he was on it. But yes, there was some very obscure names after like the first 4 or 5. And so I thought it was poppycock.
Yeah,
I made Monty run back a part 2 of the list an hour later.
You didn't make me. I offered because I'm a nice person. Okay.
Yeah. Stop trying to be tough, Pat. You're not tough. Okay?
Oh. Okay.
Shots fired.
It's easy to say from behind the keyboard in Chicago.
It is. Yeah.
All right, Monty, what's the list this week, brother?
Yeah, let's move on. There's been a lot of rookie quarterback talk, as always, so I figured let's go to the NFL with the preseason in the mix. Hopefully this isn't too specific for anybody. NFL quarterbacks who've had at least 3,500 passing yards in their rookie season. I understand it's a specific number, but that's the cutoff because that's the top 17. So it's essentially the top 17 quarterbacks who've had the most passing yards in their rookie season.
Wow.
So think of good rookie quarterbacks and just leave it at that.
Honestly, I like that a lot.
I do too.
How do we want to divvy up this order? Anybody want to volunteer to go last?
I'll go last.
Okay. Brad beat me to it. Brad can go last. Pat, you want to go first or you want me to go first?
I will go first because I lose almost every single week. And so I'm done giving you handouts. Done giving you handouts. I'm going to go first, and I'm going to go back to the best quarterback rookie season that recently comes to mind. And right away, I'm actually wondering now that I think back on it, did he actually get to 3,500 yards? He had to have. Even though he did a lot of it with his legs. If I get knocked out immediately because Jaden Daniels had 3,300 yards, I'm going to be so freaking infuriated. But let's start with Jaden Daniels, and hopefully he's there.
Jaden Daniels had 3,568 yards in his rookie season.
There it is.
Oh, my God.
Barely.
He's on the list.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Well, I'm going to go with a guy who Pat hates to admit is a good quarterback. This guy who's sitting right over my shoulder here. The Iceman, Caleb Williams, did it in his rookie season.
You did, with 3,541 passing yards.
Oh, my God.
You guys are
that's even
the list. I like it.
All right, I'm going to go with a name that we know and an individual that we see incessantly in commercials. Because I remember his rookie season, he had an extraordinary amount of interceptions. Defense was bad, but man, he threw a lot of passes. Peyton Manning has to be on this list.
He is 3,739 yards. Ninth most among quarterbacks in the rookie year. Just interceptions.
He threw a lot.
Yeah, it was just the interceptions because he threw the ball. It was 40 times a game, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
When you said a bunch of interceptions, I thought you were going with somebody more recent. And I know he had the 1 year that was just an incredible statistic anomaly. I don't know if it was his rookie year, but I'm pretty sure his rookie year, he did at least throw a ton. And so, this comes down to splitting hairs, I feel like. Is it 3,800 or is it 3,400? But Brad made my eyebrows perk up, and I thought he was going Jameis, and I'm going to do it. Give me Jameis Winston rookie season with the Bucks.
Yeah, that's a good call. Good call.
Fifth most among rookie quarterbacks, 4,000 yards for Jameis in his rookie season.
I still think it's crazy that he never got a starting opportunity the year after he threw. He was the only. I know he threw 30 interceptions, but he was also the only quarterback that year that threw for 5,000 yards and 30 touchdowns. So, I mean, and we have a guy in the Hall of Fame named Brett Favre who made a career out of throwing for 30 interceptions a season. I love Jameis Winston. He's one of my favorites. And you stole mine. Let's go. God. Did Andrew Luck do it? Andrew Luck.
It's your final answer?
He was really good his rookie year. Final answer, yeah.
Andrew Luck has the most passing yards in a rookie season, 4,300.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a good call there. I was going to say Andrew Luck. I was going to go back-to-back Colts. Let's go with a current name. A player that's going to be in action tonight, as a matter of fact. The pride of Oregon, Bo Nix.
Bo Nix is on the list, 3,700 plus in his rookie season.
Okay. And here's a quarterback I've been very, very vocal against that needs to have a big year because his defense might be the 85 Bears. And if he plays like he did in his rookie season, then I think they can honestly win the Super Bowl. But I need to see him play like he did his rookie season first. So he's got to be on this freaking list because he blew everybody's nips off a couple of years ago. Give me C.J. Stroud, the Houston Texans.
Third most, 4,100 yards in his rookie season.
All right. How about Baker, the touchdown maker.
Oh, damn
As
it.
Brad likes to call him. Baker Mayfield.
Yes. That was going to be my guess.
He is on the list. 3,700 in his rookie year.
He's so good. People don't realize how good he really is. He's so underrated.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree. He had a pretty memorable rookie season in Cleveland. This guy's had nothing but bad defenses. He's a pretty solid NFL quarterback. It's kind of a love-hate relationship with a lot of people. Like, God, man, he got a lot of reps his rookie year. I think he reached 3,500. The Dak Prescott?
Dak Prescott is on the list. 12th.
Oh.
3,600.
He throws for a ton of yards every year.
Yeah, he does.
Okay, I'm blanking on who this guy's offensive coordinator. Oh, actually, no. I'm pretty sure it was Shane Steichen was his offensive coordinator, if I'm not mistaken. Another quarterback that I've been a vocal critic of the last year and a half because he gets to the playoffs and he turns into a puddle. And his numbers, I don't even think he's gotten to 3,500 yards the last 2 seasons, but his rookie year, I'm pretty confident he had over 4,000. Mrs. Madison Beer, give me Justin Herbert.
You are correct. 4,300 in his rookie season. Second all time.
Oh, wow. Madison Beer, not second all time.
All right. This
First
guy
all-time.
I know threw for 4,000 yards. He's a bit of a head case now, and he's no longer a quarterback in the league, even though he thinks he should be in the league. Cam Newton.
Oh, my God, that was going to be my pick. Again.
That's unfortunate for you, Brad, because he is on the list. Over 4,000 in his rookie season.
Drew Aller, first play, 7-yard scamper.
Do you want to guess him next? You should.
He will be. He'll be on this. Well, it won't be his rookie season because it'll be Rodgers, but his first starting season will have 5,000.
All right. I'm going to go with another current quarterback. A guy that was on some pretty bad teams out west. New locale, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, he actually had a really excellent rookie season. Man, did he have 3,500? I'm running out of options. I'm going to say the mini Dachshund of Minnesota, Kyler Murray.
Oh, dude. Back-to-back guesses. You guys are taking my guys.
It's been a lot of stealing tonight.
Blame Combs.
Kyler Murray is on the list. 3,700 in his rookie season.
I think the common theme here is it's a bunch of quarterbacks that I'm not buying a whole lot of stock into this year, and I think there's one more that I think is going to take a step back. I think despite all the dysfunction in his rookie year, I'm pretty sure he's on here. He's got. I mean, if not, then I'm out. But I'm putting it together in my head. I'm like, all right, Herbert's on here. Caleb's on here. CJ Stroud's on here. I think. I hope Trevor Lawrence is on here because I feel like he played every game. He had to compile enough to get over 3,500. Trevor Lawrence.
That is correct.
600.
I didn't think he did it.
That might be it for
I
me.
did not think Lawrence was on there.
That is.
Oh, God.
There are 4 names remaining on the list.
Oh, man. Oh, my God.
Are all of them names we know, or are these all older guys?
I guarantee they're names we know. It's just a matter of what era are they from.
Correct. I will tell you there is one other person on the list before the year 2000 besides Peyton Manning. So Peyton Manning, there's 2 total. Peyton Manning's already been guessed. There was one more prior to the year 2000.
prior to the year 2000. I'm not even going to go there.
That one's for Brad.
I'm trying to think of more recent. Ooh. He had a good rookie year. Mac Jones
Are you kidding me?
with New England.
No way. There's no way Mac Jones. Mac Jones.
Yeah, I think he threw for close to 4,000, if I'm not mistaken. He had a really good rookie year and then just fell off.
If Mac Jones is on this list,
Go ahead, Pat.
Combs
Go
ain't
ahead.
beating
No,
the
I didn't wanna
allegations.
interrupt
Mac Jones out of left field.
It's funny you say that because I was about to say before I cut you off. There's another classic Combs just pull out of left field because he is on the list. 3,800.
How was that a pull out of
yards.
left field?
Because there's nobody that would think in their right mind who had a good rookie year. Oh, Mac Jones had a great rookie year.
Well, except for the fact that I've got NFL Network on, and they were just showing some freaking Niners highlights. Sorry.
That's garbage. That's BS. NFL Network's got the Steelers-Jets game on. That's how I know you're lying.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
All right, so you said there's one name on this list that's pre-2000. I got two guys that it could be. Both Hall of Famers. Both have actually met in person. Done events with both of them. And I'm going to tell you the two names, and I'm going to give you my final answer because I'm really debating. Dan Marino, Jim Kelly. It's one of those two. Marino, if I recall correctly, didn't start the year, caught fire over the second half of the season of his rookie campaign, if I remember that right. So I don't think he played enough games. I'm going to go with the K-Gun, Jim Kelly. Final answer.
Sound reasoning there, Brad. He is on the list. You got him.
Oh, but Mac Jones was a pull out of left field, and this guy gets Jim Kelly, and I'm cheating?
Well,
what are we doing
we heard
here?
his reasoning. We heard no reasoning from you. We just heard, Mac Jones.
I
He
mentioned
had a good
two
rookie
Hall of
year.
Fame quarterbacks. You're talking about Mac freaking Jones.
He threw for like 4,000 yards close to his first year.
Oh,
I don't. That was my.
Who remembers that? Who remembers that?
It was like
And also
4
you have-
years ago, Pat.
You got no morals.
It wasn't
have no-
1990, whatever.
You have no morals. You're a liar.
1986
No, you're a liar.
for Jim Kelly.
There's no shot in the last 10 minutes NFL Network is playing Mac Jones highlights with the Steelers-Jets game on. You're lying through your teeth. I know it. And there's no way I'm getting this
I've got
last
one
answer.
guess left.
Yeah, the only guess
I've got
that I
one
have.
guess left.
How typical
There
would
are
it
two
be?
guys remaining.
How typical would it be if a former Giant quarterback is on this list? And I know he threw a bunch of touchdowns. I don't know if he got 3,500 yards, but it's the only person in my head under Mac Jones. How about another one? How about Daniel Jones?
No.
Oh. All right, Combs. I've got one guy, and I'm not sure he's on it.
Yeah, The only, I mean, I just don't know if he did it or not. I'm gonna go with Matty Ice, Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan, unfortunately, was 60 yards too shy. 3,440.
Yes.
He was number 18 all time.
Okay, so both the guys that are remaining played this century based on the clue that Monty gave us. This guy's debut, I will never forget because it was against New Orleans, lit the world freaking on fire. One wrist flick, it was like a 60-yard bomb to, I think it was Deshaun Jackson. burned out pretty quick in the league. RG3.
Oh.
That's got to be
I thought
it.
you were going somewhere else.
Is incorrect. He is not.
What?
See, when I think Deshaun Jackson, I was thinking his Philly days. Is Carson Wentz on the list? That's who I thought he was going with.
RG3 was just a few hundred yards short. Are you next in line, Combs, or what's the?
Well, we all got one.
Yeah, we
Well,
all
right. You all
got it
missed.
wrong.
So is it all a tie right now?
Well, I got out.
Yeah, it's all
I
a
got
tie.
out.
Oh, my bad.
Nobody
Is it the
wins.
same-
Yeah.
'cause if it's the
We all
same
got out in the
round
same
for
round.
everybody, then we could just keep going, right?
I mean, I'm
That's true.
run out of names.
I just threw one out there just guessing to see who else was on the list, but I don't know.
Well, I'll give you. You're the only one that answered, so I'll give it to you. Carson Wentz is on the list.
Is he really?
Yeah, I bet he is.
Almost 3,800
Who's
yards.
the other?
his
What
rookie
team did the other
season.
guy play for?
That's it.
The
Isn't
other
it?
guy made his
Last-
debut in 2010 for a team that is no longer in the city that he debuted for.
Oh,
Well, he
God.
already got
All
it, so just
could be
just
the
tell us
Chargers.
the
Could
city
be
that
the
he used to play in.
Raiders. Could be the Rams.
Phillip Rivers? When did Rivers make it? No, Rivers was in the 90s.
It is the Rams. I figured that would give it away.
It's Goff.
All right, so St.
Oh,
Louis.
Sam
It's
Bradford.
not Goff. It is Sam Bradford.
2010,
Yeah.
Pat.
It's
Golf.
Sam Bradford.
2010.
Sorry, dude. I was watching Drew Aller. I don't know how the Jets got the ball back, and you know it's fine because you looked up Mac Jones. There's no way anybody with a rational brain gives that answer.
Bro, what are we talking about right now?
We got to
Brad
That's
comes
more
up
from the guy-
with Jim Kelly, the most
I'm gonna start
obscure
drinking.
name
He's a
on
Hall of
this
Famer.
list.
I'm gonna start
A
drinking.
Hall of
Not-
Famer.
We gotta go to break.
I came up with him.
Oh, whatever.
We're
Pat.
going to
Pat just hates
break.
losing.
We're going to break. This is BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. Mac Jones.
Travis.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. You heard the song. This is BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Get to your phone calls here in just a second, but we've got a Drew Aller dime alert, Brad. Drew Aller dime alert. Drew Aller sidestepping pressure, rolling out to the left, and on the run with a defender trying to reach for his arm, uncorks a 38-yard pass to one of his receivers, something McCree. Never even heard of the guy, don't know it. Lake McCree. Who the hell is Lake McCree? How is this guy? He's a tight end. That's because I was like, this guy looks like a lineman. He's 6'4", 243 pounds, undrafted from USC, an undrafted rookie. And Drew Aller just found him with a dime, little toe tap on the sideline from the big fella. Drew Aller, 38-yard bomb on the money. And then a couple plays later, he did get sacked because they couldn't block for him. It wasn't his fault. He basically was under pressure within a second of snapping the football. And so what was a promising drive stalls. And then the Steelers, do they not have Chris Boswell anymore? Why do they have this guy Laith Marjan kicking? He just blew the field goal. 24-year-old. He signed him as an undrafted free agent after the draft back in April. Ended his college career at Kansas. I guess they're giving him a shot to be the backup kicker. I mean, why? You've had Boswell there for like 25 years. There's like not many kickers more reliable than him. And so this guy, Laith Marjan, just blew the field goal. But that Drew Aller throw was all I needed to see tonight. He's 4 of 6 for 57 yards. Also 1 carry for 4 yards. The future is now, Brad. The future is now. I almost honestly kind of like Roger just retired. Aaron Rodgers should just retire so Drew Aller could be the starting quarterback now.
Are you going to put a ring on him? I mean, who's hotter right now, Drew Aller or Madison Beer?
Drew Aller. If you told me to pick, I could have one night alone with either. I'm joking. I'm joking. I promise I'm joking.
No, you're not. You're half joking. Half joking.
I'm like 95% joking.
Man crushes are a thing. I mean,
I
have been in love with Mandatory Montgomery his entire career, and my heart still goes pitter-pat for him, but I'm a promiscuous fellow. I have so many man crushes. So many now. But
I ask you?
You're a one-man guy.
Yeah, where does because I love every time you do it, the Mandatory Montgomery, you jackals. Is that from a movie reference? Where do you get that when you reference David Montgomery?
My ass. I just made it up.
I thought,
six-time writer of the year, Pat. Come on, man.
You are. You'd be a good movie writer. You would be a good script writer because every time you say it, I think of the guy, the sergeant from Full Metal Jacket. I think of him. R. Lee Ermey, the guy that plays Sergeant Hartman.
Yeah.
That's who I think of.
That's
and I'm like,
pull.
that's got to be what he said in some movie. But no, you just literally pulled it out of your keister.
Yeah, I don't know. I woke up one day and I'm like, I like alliteration. What goes well with Montgomery? Oh, mandatory. And then I made it a bit when I had the old Sirius XM show. And then jackals has just been kind of a phrase that I've used among friends for years. So I just kind of threw that at the end. Mandatory Montgomery, you jackals.
That's good stuff. I know Bert in Baltimore is waiting to get on the phone lines. Can't wait to hear what he has to say when we come back. We'll also do hot or cold. But, Brad, I mean, you've got the Sin City to yourself for the next couple of days, brother. Go enjoy it. And please come back with a pulse on Monday.
I will not drink responsibly. Enjoy the weekend, everybody.
We bid adieu to Brad. Solo portion coming up next. Preseason football rolls on. We're having fun. It's a Friday night. Your phone call is 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports.
of the plays, the hottest takes, and the craziest one-liners you'll ever hear. With your host, Pat Boyle. It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans for the night and for the weekend as he goes and takes on Sin City. My goodness, prayers for that man's liver. Hopefully I'm doing a show with him on Monday, and it's not like The Hangover Part 4. We got to go to Vegas to look for Brad and his body. 310-840-4910. But we got the solo portion of the show now, BetMGM Tonight After Dark, as we take you to 11 p.m. Eastern, just like we do every Monday through Friday. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We will get to your phone calls in about, I would say 5-10 minutes from now, if you can hang patiently just for a little bit longer. 310-840-4910 to call. You could also text 310-840-4910, and you can hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. A lot of fun tonight, talking a lot of football. We haven't talked a whole lot of baseball. We will get there in a bit because we got a busy Friday night with a bunch of aces, and we had one hell of a ace versus ace showdown. Cy Young candidates going at it with Chris Sale and Jacob Mizorowski. So we'll get there in a bit. But right now, let's get you an update on the football games going on, preseason action. Jets and the Steelers. Just a refresher, Geno Smith and the Jets starters minus Breece Hall with that groin injury. Hopefully he'll be ready to go for week 1. They played the first drive. They were perfect. Geno was perfect. 7 of 7, 65 yards and a touchdown. Threw a touchdown pass to big Jelani Woods. 13-yard touchdown catch. Jelani Woods, a guy that only played a couple of snaps last year, and it was his first action on an NFL in an NFL game in 3 seasons. So trying to make the team as maybe the third-string tight end or the backup tight end in case Kenyon Sadiq, their first-round draft pick, can't stay healthy. So it was a good opening drive. Since then, it's been the backups, Cade Klubnik. Now it's Zappe hour, Bailey Zappi for the Jets. For the Steelers, though, much more interest. Will Howard played the entire first half. Drew Aller is playing the entire second half. We're not seeing Mason Rudolph tonight. This is going to determine, in my opinion, who ends up making the active 53-man roster. I never thought the Steelers were going to carry 4 quarterbacks. Will Howard probably sealed his fate tonight. 10 of 15, 74 yards, but 2 back-breaking interceptions in plus territory. Now my guy, Drew Aller, who I said earlier in the show, is going to have a better NFL career than Fernando Mendoza. Drew Aller right now, 4 for 7, 57 yards, including a 38-yard dime on the run to Lake McCree, who is a tight end, an undrafted tight end rookie from USC. Drew Aller has taken a couple of sacks, though, that has stalled the last few drives. Not really his fault. I watched both of them. Literally within a second and a half of snapping it, he was getting swallowed up by the Jets' backup pass rushers. So at Steelers' offensive line, not a whole lot of depth. Hopefully they don't suffer too many injuries. Elsewhere, Carolina and Jacksonville. Panthers lead the Jaguars 17-6. We saw Bryce Young in the starters for 2 series, the second of which resulted in a touchdown. Bryce Young, 5 of 6, 49 yards. And it was Jonathan Brooks, 5 carries, 18 yards, including a 1-yard touchdown run. No starters playing for the Jaguars. At quarterback, it's been Nick Mullins. Now it's Carter Bradley, who is, I think, an undrafted free agent in his second year or a rookie from South Alabama. Either way. And then the third game coming up in just a matter of moments, Packers-Broncos. Both Jordan Love and the Packers starters and Bo Nix and the Broncos starters expected to play a series or 2. So we'll keep you posted on that. Before we get to your calls, 310-840-4910. You know what? Actually, let's get to the phone calls first here, and then we'll do hot or cold. Let's get to Bert in Baltimore. My guy Bert, who's been waiting patiently. Bert, what's going on, brother? How you doing on this Friday night?
Pat, hey, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I think you are spot on with this Drew Aller call of yours. In fact,
oh, Bert, we're losing you. We lost Bert. Let's see if we can get
You
Bert
there?
reconnected. Cause yeah, Bert, we got you, brother. Go ahead. You were speaking.
You got me?
You were gassing me up. I was loving it. Keep going. Go ahead. You think I'm going to be spot on with the Drew Aller prediction?
I said you are spot on with this Aller call. If he keeps playing like this, what do you think? He may challenge Rodgers for the starting job?
Well, no. I mean, let's not get crazy. Are you trolling me, Bert? You think I would seriously think that they would put Drew Aller ahead of Aaron Rodgers?
Just a little, Pat. Sorry.
I was gonna say, I
He
know.
does
Look,
look
I know
good,
you're
though,
a
doesn't he?
smart. He does look good. He looks really good, and I think that Will Howard looks really bad, and I think so that makes this competition pretty easy in terms of who's going to make the active roster. And then look, I mean, Bert, I think the Steelers could be a wild card team this year if Rodgers stays healthy. But I mean, who's going to be shocked if a guy that's 42 going on 43 breaks down and can't stay healthy? And then it's a question of, are you going to Mason Rudolph, who we've seen time and time again, it feels like, and we know what his ceiling is, or do you take a shot, roll the dice, and go to Drew Aller? I think that's a question right now that is bubbling over in the brain of Mike McCarthy and GM Omar Khan.
Well, look, Pat, the real reason I called, I realize the NFL's about to start, but we are less than 60 days away from opening night, 7 p.m., where the Philadelphia 76ers take on the New York Knicks. And I'm afraid you're going to anger the NBA gods. You made a pact on air before you went to Spain that if the Knicks pulled out the NBA championship, you would never again get upset when you lose to Combs on air about anything.
When did I say that? When there's no, you got a good
Right
memory,
before
Bert.
you went to Spain, I called in. I said, "Who are you kidding? You're way too competitive." But I don't need the Knicks going sub 500 this year because you work with Rain Man.
Oh, jeez.
You're not going to win. You're never going to win. He's always going to beat you. Just accept it before it destroys you and the New York Knicks season.
Okay. All right, Bert. I do think the Knicks can go back to back. I don't want to. Look, as much as I think I am content, I can die peacefully with the one Knicks championship. I definitely would like to see a couple of more in my lifetime. So, okay, I'll take your advice, and I won't freak out, which it feels like I do every Friday when Combs pulls Mac Jones rookie season 3,500 plus yards out of his you know what. In order to knock me out or continue to go on with the list. So, all right, Bert, thank you for playing therapist for me. I appreciate it.
Show.
Yeah, thanks, Bert. All right, man. Bert in Baltimore. How did he remember that? You know, that's like, you ever been in times of crisis? And by crisis, I mean, I'm not actual crisis. Like for me, I used to get real bad stomach aches because I was lactose intolerant. And I think I still am. And I've just kind of like, I just raw dog it at this point, right? Like I just deal with the consequences, like a real bad stomach ache every now and then. I don't eat nearly as much dairy as I used to. Like when I was in high school, it was cereal and milk every morning. That was my breakfast, 5 minutes to, come on. You got to be in high school at 7:45 in the morning. You think I'm making breakfast? I'm pouring cereal into the bowl and the whole milk or 2% milk. And that's my breakfast. Lunch, it was like my mom would make me lunch. It would be turkey and cheese. And then dinner was, most nights in the Boyle household, either like, Italian or just something else that like I'm putting cheese on something. And then, it's a 17-year-old, 16-year-old. You think I give a rat's ass about eating ice cream like 2-3 nights a week? So you can see how much dairy I was consuming on a daily basis. And then like there would just be certain nights where I'm just like, oh, I feel like my stomach lining's being ripped apart. And I got, and I got to tell you what's going on in the bathroom certain nights. So finally I started taking those lactates, for anybody that's lactose intolerant, you know what I mean? And so you can still kind of consume dairy, but you take a little lactate pill and it helps with the symptoms. And I got to a point eventually where I was like, okay, can I continue to put myself through this kind of pain? Or am I just maybe going to cut down on the dairy that I eat? And so that's what I did. And so I rarely get these anymore, these really bad, painful stomach aches. But there are certain times where it's like you're not actively thinking what you're consuming in a day. And there is a lot of dairy. And then again, I'm like on the toilet and I'm like, what kind of pain? I feel like I'm giving birth. And so it's in those moments where I've been like, please, please, God, or please, whoever, overlord, or whatever greater being there is in this universe, just make this stomach ache go away. And I promise I won't misbehave anymore. Like I was in high school, I was like, I won't misbehave and I'll do all my chores. Now it's like, I promise I won't go to bed late. Like I'm praying to the universe, like as if my call will be answered. As long as I then uphold my end of the promise, then I'll be good. And so I guess that was probably the promise that I made during the list a few months back in June when the Knicks were on the cusp of a title, and I was freaking out because Combs is pulling answers left and right that he has no business doing other than that he Googled them. And so I guess I must have said one day, all right, I won't freak out over the list anymore when we play on Friday nights. Just give me a Knicks championship. And then the Knicks won a championship. So here is Bert, like the Grim Reaper at death's door, at my door, knocking to remind me, hey, I'm gonna get you. Or I'm gonna make sure that the basketball gods get you, and the Knicks never have a winning season ever again if you keep freaking out over the list. And so there you go. All right, 310-840-4910. Speaking of Combs, let's get a little hot or cold here going. As the Packers and the Broncos are underway, and it's tough enough to watch the game, but now they've split the games. They've gone split screen, so I'm like trying to squint here to see what's going on while doing a radio show. So I don't know what the Packers' first drive is looking like here. Combs, maybe you could fill me in, and then let's get to a little hot or cold, brother. What's going on?
What's going on? I'm getting a little bit offended. You questioning my integrity when it comes to us playing games like the list. Like, do you really like if I really needed to cheat to beat you, I would hate myself. Just throwing it out.
Maybe you don't hate yourself as much as you should.
Probably not. Probably not. But the fact that you couldn't remember that in 2021, Mac Jones had an incredible rookie season, and I took a chance. I could have been wrong. Actually, I think
it's the fact that you're it's the fact that you're never wrong. It's the fact that you take these chances and they're always on the board on a list of that was 17 players and we were 13 in. There was like 4 to go, and you have so many quarterbacks in the last 20 years that you could have went to, and you go Mac Jones.
I mean, but I was right. I don't know what to tell you. And then right after I get Mac Jones, Brad gets Jim Kelly, and you're mad at me. You get Jim Kelly from 1990. I get Mac Jones from 5 years ago. Unreal. Anyway.
Well, I mean,
Packers first drive.
Go ahead.
Packers first drive. Jordan Love completes a pass across the middle. Christian Watson actually gets the ball stripped, but they ruled that he was down. So the Packers are still driving now. They are in Broncos territory and just got the Broncos to jump off sides. So it is, I believe, 1st and 5 now for the Green Bay Packers. And Jordan Love leading the Packers offense. So Drew Aller on the other side, getting his running back killed. I see that you are excited about Drew Aller and his numbers today, 6 of 9 for 68 yards with a 80.4 passer rating. And I think it's kind of funny because you were so down on Fernando Mendoza yesterday, even though the week before Mendoza went 10 of 16 for 97 yards and a touchdown and had a passer rating of 100.3.
I said he looked good in his preseason debut.
Yeah, it just, to me, I think when you look at the preseason, and then again, you're talking about, they couldn't block for Drew Aller, so he got sacked. And when I brought that up last night with Fernando Mendoza, you're like, oh, come on, give me a break. It's the second string of the Texans, even though Jadeveon Clowney was rushing him on every play. But I digress. Hot or cold, Drew Aller will be the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers by week 11.
No, cold. Cold. As much as I've got very high hopes for Drew Aller in 2027 and beyond. And I'll say it again, I think he's going to end up having a better NFL career than Fernando Mendoza, just off of what I saw his first couple years at Penn State, what I've seen so far this preseason, the organization that he is in, a stable, consistent winning organization, the Pittsburgh Steelers, with a stable, consistent winning head coach in Mike McCarthy. Better weapons around him and Michael Pittman and DK Metcalf, assuming they'll still be there next year, which I'm 99% sure they're both under. I mean, they just signed Pittman to a contract extension. I'm sure DK Metcalf has at least 2 more years, and a better offensive line than what Fernando Mendoza has. 0 wide receiver talent. And yes, he's got Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty, but I think he's got a better environment, Drew Aller, and I think he's going to end up being the better quarterback. No, I don't see him playing this year because I do think that Aaron Rodgers is going to be good. Again, whether he could stay healthy or not, I mean, how could you really predict that other than if he gets hurt, you're going to have a bunch of people say, see, wow, 42-year-old got hurt. What a shocker. And it could be like, it could be something that any quarterback in the league could have gotten hurt on. I mean, let's say he gets blindsided and he gets a concussion. If it's something where it's like Rodgers just looks like he's 60 and like his calf, he's got like a strained calf every other week, then then it's a different conversation. So I think Rodgers is going to stay healthy. I think he's going to be good. I think the Steelers are going to be a wild card team. I think the Bengals are going to win the AFC North, and I think the Steelers are a wild card team. So no, for that reason, I don't think Drew Aller is going to be the Steelers starter by week 11. But if in a world where the Steelers or Rodgers are really bad or Rodgers gets hurt, I think at this point, Drew Aller probably should get the chance to go over Mason Rudolph. A lot of that would be dependent on where it happens in the season and what's their record. But if they're bad, there's no point of going to Mason Rudolph. You'd be better off just going straight to Drew Aller. So I don't see it happening because I think Rodgers will be good and the Steelers will be good. So I'm going to go cold.
Pat, I'm starting. Look, you are one of my best friends in this industry. Like, I love talking sports with you. I love talking to you. But your taste in quarterbacks is about as good as my taste in wives. Minus my current wife.
Good to throw that in there.
I don't understand what you're looking at when you look at some of these things. And then when I'm talking about Aaron Rodgers, what I'm talking about with Rodgers isn't the fact that Rodgers isn't great, because to me, Rodgers is a top 3, maybe even top 2 quarterback of all time. I think Rodgers' greatness is unmatched as far as a thrower of the football, as far as decision maker, all of that stuff combined. But we're looking at an Aaron Rodgers who's going in year 43 season?
42 going on 43.
Yeah, which with an offensive line that cannot block. They did very little to upgrade the offensive line in front of them. You could talk about the weapons. I do like the addition of Pittman. I do think Pittman's a nice addition. But then you also added Mike McCarthy. And I think people are just overblowing the fact that him and Rodgers, he coached Rodgers before. They're going to have this synergy. They're going to run the clock back. Well, I don't know if you remember what happened with McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers, minus, the 2010 season when they won the Super Bowl. And the way that relationship ended in Green Bay was not good. And then I watched Mike McCarthy coach the Dallas Cowboys. And a Dallas Cowboys offense with Dak Prescott and all of the weapons that they have over there, and CeeDee Lamb and all of the other stuff. Mike McCarthy's last season as the Dallas Cowboys head coach, they were 21st in offense. He wasn't good with a really good Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and a whole bunch of weapons and a really good offensive line in Dallas. And you think that something's going to click here in Pittsburgh, especially with the schedule that they play at that? I don't see it. I see a 7-win, 8-win team in Pittsburgh, and I see Aaron Rodgers at some point, and I hope it's not injury because I want to see him play. I don't know how healthy he can stay behind this offensive line, but then again, I also don't know how good they're going to be come week 13 or 14 or week 11 in this instance. and might just have to go ahead and make that change and see what they have in Drew Aller for the rest of the season, because I don't think this is going to be a good season for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't think this is going to be a great season for Aaron Rodgers.
All right, well, comes 2024. Dak Prescott played half the season. He got hurt. So they're rolling out Cooper Rush, all right? And their defense was terrible. But look at the full seasons that Dak Prescott played with Mike McCarthy as his head coach and the play caller for the Dallas Cowboys offense. They are routinely a top 5 offense. Now, if you want to say that, okay, maybe it is just the talent around them, because look what Brian Schottenheimer did in year 1 last year. Their offense was still elite and their defense was once again terrible. Okay, that would be a counterpoint that I can say that's fair. But I do look at what Mike McCarthy has done throughout his career as a head coach. Is he a guy that, like, with your season on the line, or with, with life or death matter, who do you want calling plays, or who do you want managing a game as a head coach? Is Mike McCarthy at the top of that list? No, I wouldn't put him at the top of that list. But, like, look at the coaches that we maybe would have had over him over the last couple of years, and look at, as time goes on, some coaches age like a fine wine. Some coaches get better, right? Andy Reid. You could also argue Andy Reid is a product of his environment with Patrick Mahomes and a dynasty Chiefs team that you could throw a lot of other head coaches in there and they would have won Super Bowls, because Andy Reid for the longest time was that guy that couldn't win the big game. And then he got Patrick Mahomes as his quarterback. Mike Tomlin, guy that won a Super Bowl, guy that went to 2 Super Bowls. How much has he won the last 10 years, to the point where it was time to cut ties? John Harbaugh, a guy that was, I feel like, considered a top 5 coach in football up until the last 8-9 years. How much winning in the playoffs had he done? So there are a lot of these coaches that have won a Super Bowl or have been to a Super Bowl or 2, and then maybe go 10, 15. McCarthy, Tomlin, and John Harbaugh, all 3 of them, they've gone over a decade since they've won a Super Bowl, since they've been to a Super Bowl. But I feel like, if you were to put those 3 coaches next to each other, I feel like just because Mike Tomlin had great sayings and, it was a defensive guy, and so he's not responsible for the offense, people would always just put Mike Tomlin way ahead of McCarthy and or Harbaugh, because John Harbaugh is a special teams guy and he's not responsible for the offense. He gets put ahead. But because Mike McCarthy is the one calling the plays, and so often in the playoffs of the Cowboys, it was their offense sputtering against the Niners back-to-back years, or the year the defense gets lit up by Jordan Love. I still feel like Mike McCarthy got the short end of the stick for that year as well. I just feel like it's so easy for a lot of people to blame Mike McCarthy, but he is a phenomenal head coach. And he has won with, yes, some good weapons and some good talent around him. He's an offensive play caller. His offenses are always good. That's why I got confidence in the Steelers. That's why I got confidence in Drew Aller for the future. But yeah, look, I know it didn't end. It ended ugly between him and Rodgers in their time in Green Bay. The difference is now they need each other. This could be this is Rodgers' last chance, and this could be Mike McCarthy's last chance at a head coaching job. They know that they need each other. They are like, it's not like, hey, this ain't working, man. You're done. I'm going to go play another decade, and who knows, you'll go coach somewhere else. This could be their last stops together. They have to make it work.
That's all good and well. That's all good and well, but you have to have an offensive line that can block for you, Pat. You can need each other all you want. But when Aaron Rodgers, who's 43 years old, is getting crushed at the line of scrimmage and is having to roll out of the pocket and try to get away as slow as he is, and he was never the fastest quarterback anyway, I just don't know how you're going to make it work, especially with the defenses that the Pittsburgh Steelers go up against this year. Just in the first, 5 weeks of the season, you're going to see New England's defense. You're going to see the Bengals defense. You're going to see, look, I know that they're the Browns, but that defense is still pretty damn good. And then you're going to see the Colts defense and then the Bucs defense. I just don't know. You also have the Eagles on your schedule. You also have the Broncos on your schedule. You also have the Texans on your schedule, the Ravens. I mean, I just don't know how you're going to do it with this offensive line, with an aging Aaron Rodgers, and keep him healthy enough to complete a full season. And even if he is healthy enough, I don't know how efficient he's going to be come week 9, 10, 11 in the middle of that season after taking all of the hits that he's probably going to end up taking.
because he's a Hall of Famer. And last year he had to get rid of the ball quickly because their offensive line was shoddy. And that's why everybody's like, oh, Rodgers doesn't have anything left because look at they just got to throw the ball a yard or two down the field. Oh, Rodgers is terrible. Okay, if they get some better protection this year, then Rodgers will have more time to operate. We know that he's still got the arm. We've seen it. His arm really hasn't dropped off that much at all. The mobility, absolutely. He can't extend plays. So, but now you also give him another weapon on the outside that he can, if maybe at like a worst case scenario, throw one up to Pittman or, throw the ball in Pittman's area and he can make a catch rather than DK Metcalf is the only guy that you would trust in those situations. So I think they've got a better offensive play caller because Arthur Smith is gone. McCarthy's an upgrade. They've got a better receiving core because you bring in Michael Pittman. Hopefully the offensive line is a little bit better. And I think, again, they made the playoffs last year. They make the playoffs every year with a lot less than they have this season. I think McCarthy's going to prove people wrong again. 310-840-4910. We'll continue on. We got some more hot or cold to get to, including, I don't know about the Panthers anymore to repeat as NFC South champions. Who the hell is going to win that division? Plus, got a fun challenge set up for myself at the Phillies game that I'm going to be going to tomorrow. So we'll fill you in on that. 310-840-4910. That's producer Brandon Combs. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
Welcome on back. Oh, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Let's get you an update here on these games, and then we'll get to your calls and we'll get to your texts. The Jets lead the Steelers 10-0, so no points put up by my guy Drew Aller. A couple of the offensive line, the backup offensive line for the Steelers was shoddy, to say the least. They were terrible. They had a couple of drives that got stalled because they can't block anybody. Drew Aller, 6 for 11, 68 yards. He also had one carry for 4 yards. The highlight of his night, a 38-yard dime on the run, throwing across, not across his body, but like opening up his body. And he hit rookie undrafted tight end Lake McCree on the money right next to the sideline for a 38-yard gainer. But not a whole lot besides that from the Steelers' backups offense in the second half. Will Howard did get to play with Rico Dowdle, Jalen Warren, Ben Skoranek, Roman Wilson, and Will Howard threw 2 back-breaking interceptions. I think Will Howard is getting cut in about a week from now when it gets near cut-down day. And he's going to get waived, and whether he gets picked up by somebody else on the practice squad or not is left to be seen. I think he probably will, but I think he's got no more future in Pittsburgh. Drew Aller is the future of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he's got at least one more drive here, which I could see Drew Aller spinning a touchdown here on this final drive with the Pittsburgh Steelers. But the Jets do lead 10-0. Again, it was a good first drive for Geno Smith. Perfect. 7 of 7, 65 yards and a touchdown. That's all he played. Panthers lead the Jaguars 20-6. Jaguars have not played their starters at all tonight. It's been a mix of Nick Mullins, Carter Bradley, and now Joey Aguilar. How about Joey Aguilar? I didn't know he was getting chances. The Tennessee quarterback from last year. Guy's 25 years old. He's almost older than Trevor Lawrence. And it was Bryce Young for 2 series. After the Panthers went 3 and outs last week against the Bills, Dave Canales, the Panthers head coach, was like, "Yeah, you guys are going back out there tonight. We've got to get some momentum before the real thing starts." They got a first down on a defensive penalty their first drive and still couldn't get anything. And then the second drive, they punched it in for a touchdown. Bryce Young, 5 of 6, 49 yards. Jonathan Brooks, who could end up being their starting running back to begin the year if Chuba Hubbard can't recover from this hamstring injury that he's week to week for. Jonathan Brooks, 18 rushing yards and a touchdown. And so, again, 20-6, Panthers lead the Jags. And then we've seen both starters tonight in the Packers and the Broncos. And surprise, surprise, they're both putting up points. 7-7 in Denver. Green Bay got the ball first. Jordan Love and the starters went 12 plays, 63 yards, and it finished with a Jordan Love 11-yard touchdown pass to Marshawn Lloyd. Jordan Love, 5 of 7, 56 yards and a touchdown. I said it before. I said it last year, and I'm predicting it again. Jordan Love's going to win the MVP this season in the National Football League. Bo Nix and the Broncos offense answered right back, though. 6 plays, 65 yards. Bo Nix hitting R.J. Harvey for a 21-yard touchdown. So that's probably all we'll see from those starters on both those teams tonight. But Packers looking good going into the season. Broncos looking good. And that was even more important for Denver because not only was it Bo Nix' first time on the field since the fractured ankle in the playoffs against the Bills, but it was also the first time with Davis Webb as the new play caller. Sean Payton handing over the play calling duties to Davis Webb. What is it, easy? Even 30 years old? Davis Webb is 31-year-old play caller. And they look pretty damn good on that opening drive. So there you go. That's what's going on in the preseason tonight here on this Friday. 310-840-4910. Let's get that back to your texts. 443 number. Texts in. With some people wanting to eliminate or subtract games on a scale of 1 to 10, how important do you think preseason is in the grand scheme of things? That's a really great text. That's a great question. How important do I think preseason is in the grand scheme of things? In terms of like getting teams ready to where they need to be, I would say probably a 5. For certain teams, it's definitely more important than others. I mean, look at the Chargers. They got a brand new offensive system, brand new offensive coordinator with Mike McDaniel. And even then, their starters didn't play in the first game, and they only played a series. No, Herbert didn't play last night. Did Herbert play last week? I forget off the top of my head. Let me just double check that really quickly here, because again, he did not play. No, he did play last night. I just remember you saw him on the sideline the entire game without pads or without anything on. He went to the locker room and he must have got changed. But yeah, no, they did play a series. They went 3 and out, and that was it. He went 1 of 2 for 9 yards, and he didn't play last week. So I would think maybe they wanted to get a couple more reps. But again, when you've got a lot of vets on the offense and you had an offensive line that got hurt last year, again, not too important, I guess, for the Chargers. I would think that's a team that maybe wanted to get a little bit more reps than others. For the Panthers, same team, same offensive system, and yet their starters played in 2 games in a row in their preseason. And then you'll have teams like the 49ers that they did play their starters last night, but they rarely play their starters. And then you have the Rams, who are like, we don't give a damn about the preseason. It does not count. It does not matter. We're not putting anybody on the field for a single snap. So for every team, it's different. And in terms of how important do I think the preseason is for the league, again, I would say probably middle of the road. I know that's not a sexy answer, but I'd probably say it's like a 5. To the point where, we've heard, like, are they going to eliminate preseason games in the future? And Combs, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. I don't think so. Because I think if anything, the NFL, we know that they love their money. And if anything, like that preseason game last night, it's Buck and Aikman on basically like a warm-up. And it's dressed up as a Monday Night Football broadcast for the Raiders and the Texans. I haven't seen if the viewership was, but I would have to guess probably a couple 100,000. I mean, if not 1 million, probably over 1 million for a preseason game. Yeah. People late stage vacation towards the end of summer. Summer's starting to wind down. It's a Thursday night in August. People have got nothing to watch. They knew CJ Stroud was going to play. Mendoza was going to play a half. I'm sure that game did over 1 million viewers. So I would think for that reason alone, the NFL won't get rid of preseason games and just do like joint practices because of the TV money. And if teams want to play their players or not, that's up to them. But I don't think preseason games are going anywhere. Combs, what do you think?
Yeah, so for me, I've thought for a long time that you're going to eventually lose preseason games, and I don't think that's going to affect any money whatsoever, because I think that once you do lose the preseason games, I think what you see training camp move to July, and you get a 20-game schedule that starts in August.
Ooh.
And regular season games start in August. And now what you're looking at is more money, because now stadiums are full and more people are watching because the games count. I just don't think that there's a need for preseason games. Most of your starters don't play. I understand you're trying to round out a 53-man roster, but let's face it, the guys that are going on special teams, you can find that out in joint practices. You can find that out in practices on their own, and you're going to be just fine with the guys. There's nothing more that you're really seeing. Every once in a while, you get a guy that impresses in training camp that wasn't going to make a roster until he, balled out in a preseason game or two. But it's so few and far between. I think eventually the NFL, and I think the players would be all right with it. I think they want to go to a 20-game schedule, and I think the counter to that from the players will be fine, but we need to eliminate preseason games.
Honestly, I respect that take. They get rid of preseason games entirely because that's when we get to a 20-game schedule, which we know the players do not want, and I don't think coaches would want either. But that much, you get that much more money. Salary cap goes up because there's more money. Because think about, like you said, if you get games that start in August, right? If we'd have, there's 18 weeks as is. If you do 20 games, you have to do a double bye. So you'd have to do 22 weeks. So what does that look like? When would we ideally have to start that season? They probably would end it a week later. And if you start, let's say, an extra 4 weeks. So yeah, so like Sunday, so like this past Sunday, August 16th, that's probably week 1. Week 2, week 3 is the end of August. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 20. Week 22 in a 20-game season would be this Sunday, the Sunday of next January, January 10th. That would be the 22nd week, which is the last Sunday of the regular season, as is already. So you can honestly even start it if you think August 16th is still way too early. August 23rd, week 1, end the season Sunday, January 17th. Playoffs start the week after with the wild card round, divisional round. Championship Sunday would be February 7th, and the Super Bowl would only be a week later. Combs, it's a good idea. It's a good thought process as to what the NFL, I could see them doing because they are the NFL and they're just going to make money hand over fist. And how can we make more money, more expansion, more games at the expense of a more watered down product? Because in a 20-game season, you have more injuries. You'll have more weeks where guys are just, beat up and drained, and you'll get clunker performances and you won't get as good of a product. But hey, more games, more opportunities for people to bet, more opportunities for fantasy, more TV money, and there you go. I think we're a ways away from that. I think we're looking at like probably another CBA. Which when does the next?
Would you be?
NFL
Are you
CBA?
telling me when you're figuring all this out? Are you telling me that even if, let's say, it ended a couple of weeks later, because you do have to talk about the bye weeks, and having that 22-week season and doing all of that, even if they push the Super Bowl back to the end of February, are you complaining about that? Because I'm not.
No, no, I'm not.
Because now,
but like,
now you're having the Super Bowl leading you right into March Madness.
I know, but Combs, think about it. Think about, like, just apply this to any other sport. Well, why not have 96 teams in March Madness? Why not have 16 teams in the baseball postseason? And baseball season goes until mid-November now. And, we play, if it's too cold, then we could just play it at neutral sites. You could just have the ALCS and the NLCS, one of them in Los Angeles or San Diego and the other in Miami. You see how we could just snowball into, then we have professional sports seasons that never end? Because that's essentially what they do with soccer. Soccer just started in the Premier League today. Their first game was today. The last week of the season is the last week of May. They run a 9-month season. It's too much. That's the territory we would start to get into in the NFL.
Yeah, but you're only talking about an extra couple of weeks. I mean, I'm not, because the February 14th is the Super Bowl this year. I'm talking about if you go to February 28th as the last day of February, if you're talking about an extra 14 days in a football season, it's not. I'm not talking about extending it into March, extending it to the end of March. I'm not doing all that. But I'm not talking about college football playoff expansion where it takes us, a month and a half to play the championship after we start the playoffs. I'm just talking about if you're going to do the 22-week season and you started it in mid-August like you do the preseason now, and even if it ran you into, because I know you were doing the math and you're saying, it would run, into January 10th, and then you'd be looking at, the Super Bowl being around where it's at now. But even if it wasn't, even if it was an extra week or two, like, I think that it's just when you're talking about the grand scheme of things with the NFL, and if you did away, like how much more awesome would it be if the first 2 or 3 weeks of the NFL season, we had games on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, every week, and they actually mattered. Like if tonight we were watching games that mattered, how much more awesome would that be for us?
It would be, like, initially. And then, I don't know, like, we'll have, like, week 16, and there's still 6 weeks left to go, and it's like guys got, you're rolling out practice squad guys on a routine basis because nobody can stay healthy because it's just too long of a season. I don't know. We got to go to break, but we could continue this conversation when we get back. I do think it's an interesting conversation. So we'll get you an update because Bo Nix and the Broncos starters are still on the field. So get your preseason update. We got to get you some baseball updates, which we will. It's a big, busy Friday night. And so we're going to talk some baseball coming up in just a bit. 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
All righty, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Coming up next hour, I'll be going to the Phillies game tomorrow with my girlfriend and her dad and her dad's girlfriend. So I've got a fun challenge that I've set for myself, and I'd like to hear from you guys whether you think I can accomplish this challenge. It's not the 999 or whatever the hell that is, because that's just impossible. You're an absolute psycho lunatic if you do that. I'll tell you what it is coming up next hour. It'll be a short segment here because Combs and I went long last segment talking about what the future could be of the NFL, which I think is an awesome conversation. We can get back to that in a bit as well, on what a potential 20-game schedule could look like with the elimination of preseason games. Because we had a texter text in on what do we think, 1 to 10, how important is the preseason in the grand scheme of things. But for a minute and a half, I just want to talk some basketball because we had two transactions today, and that is DeMar DeRozan is signing a one-year deal with the Denver Nuggets for just under $4 million. DeMar DeRozan spoke with the Heat, the Wizards, and the Pelicans, but he chose a pretty significant role with the Denver Nuggets. Let's not forget, just a couple of days ago, they traded Peyton Watson to the Cleveland Cavaliers, and I had a texter say, why the hell would Denver do this? Well, there you go. They couldn't afford to pay Peyton Watson, who signed an extension with Cleveland. They bring in DeMar DeRozan, and so now Denver, their core is Jokic, it is Jamal Murray, it is Aaron Gordon, it is Christian Brown, and now it is DeMar DeRozan. Honestly, with DeRozan being like the third or even fourth option on certain nights at 37 years old, I like this move. I really do. Let's not forget they added Lonnie Walker as well. I feel like a lot of people, Lonnie Walker kind of just fell off the face of the earth. He's a super good role player. I'm kind of in on the Nuggets this year in the West. I know Wemby and the Spurs did what they did, and my Knicks shut them down, and the Thunder are elite, but I think this year the Nuggets, maybe this is like a final big push for them with Jokic and with Murray and now DeMar DeRozan. And then finally, Klay Thompson gets a buyout from Dallas and goes to the Miami Heat. So he teams up with Giannis and the rest of Miami. I like that move for the Heat as well. A couple of nice, really good transactions for some vets. All right, final hour is coming up next on this Friday. I'm Pat Boyle, BetMGM Tonight.
unofficial opinions all the time. Is it hot or is it cold? You decide right now on BetMGM Tonight After Dark.
Hey-o! Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Friday night get-together kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Quick scoreboard update, and then we'll get back to hot or cold. Combs and I debated the merits of Drew Aller potentially taking over as the Steelers quarterback this year. And look, I've got high hopes for Drew Aller to the point where I think, and I've proclaimed, he's going to have a better NFL career than Fernando Mendoza. He's got a better organization. He's got better weapons. I think as sexy as a hire Clint Kubiak is, I think Mike McCarthy is a proven winner that leads offenses to being in the top 10 in the NFL almost every single year. And Drew Aller threw a 38-yard dime on the run tonight. Wasn't as great as he was last week. It's going to be tough to top that, but still pretty good. And Will Howard was terrible. So that was the thing to watch in that Steelers-Jets game. I think Will Howard's going to get cut in about a week from now. Drew Aller, the quarterback of the future. So we get back to hot or cold here in just a second. That game has gone final, by the way. The Jets did dominate 17-0. So, look, Jets depth. Jets got a good roster, man. If they can all stay healthy. I know the Jets have been dysfunctional as all hell. They put together a perfect offensive drive on the first drive against the Steelers starters. And then the backups they have on defense, they were annihilating the Steelers offensive line. So it would be fitting. A year after, I thought I picked two big surprise teams last year to go to the playoffs. I picked the Panthers. That was a great call by me. But then I also picked the Jets because I thought Justin Fields would be pretty good, and I thought the Jets defense would get back to the Jets defense from a couple of years ago. They were a disaster. How fitting would it be now a year after with Geno Smith coming off of the worst season of his career if they then make the playoffs? I'm not saying they will, but it's the NFL, and crazy things happen every year. So they won 17-zip. No starters played at all for the Jags, so this is basically like the game didn't even count for them. Panthers, they're winning 27-9. Bryce Young played 2 series, threw 49 yards, 5 for 6. Kenny Pickett's been handling duties since, and he's looked pretty decent. But again, tough to really gauge how good that is when the Jaguars didn't even play any of their starters. And then Packers and Broncos played both. There's a good game going on right now and a lot of points. 10 apiece early on in the second quarter. Bo Nix played 2 drives, 6 of 9, 76 yards. Jordan Love played 1 drive, 5 of 7, 56 yards. They both threw touchdown passes. So both of those offenses now looking like they are well-oiled machines heading into the regular season. And again, the thing that I cannot wait to watch in Denver is how Davis Webb does as the first-time offensive play caller, with Sean Payton handing the duties over to him going into this season. 310-840-4910. We'll get to your calls and your texts in just a bit. We do have some baseball scores coming soon because it's been a wild Friday night. But let's get Brandon Combs back in the mix, the producer of this program, for another item on the hot or cold docket. Combs, what's going on?
Let's stay right there where you were just at. Hot or cold? Neither the Panthers nor the Bucks win the NFC South.
Yeah, see, I am completely torn because 2 weeks ago, I said, all right, I think the Panthers are going to repeat as NFC South champions. I'm not buying into the Saints just yet like everybody else. They've had a lot of preseason injuries. Jordan Tyson, their rookie, 8th overall draft pick, could miss up to 2 months, if not longer, with a hamstring injury. I'm not sold on their aging defense. And I think the offensive line is suspect. I loved the Falcons a couple of months ago when they hired Stefanski and then they brought back Kyle Pitts. They've got Bijan. They've got Drake London. Like, they've got the best weapons in the entire division. I thought Michael Penix would be ready to go to start the season, and I thought he was going to be the starter over Tua. That has not developed that way. Michael Penix is still not cleared for 11-on-11 practice. He's meeting with a doctor for a health checkpoint. That was the reporting yesterday to see where his left knee stands. So again, hopefully we get an update on Michael Penix over the next, 24, 48 hours. The Falcons, they're going to play a preseason game tomorrow afternoon against the Colts. Now that it looks like Penix, by default, isn't going to be ready to start the year and it's going to be Tua, I do not believe in the Falcons because I don't believe in Tua. And so then come the Bucs. And their defense, they made some additions. They bring in Alex Anzalone to beef up that linebacking core, which was god-awful last year and getting old as all hell. I mean, they still had a lot of guys from that 2020 Super Bowl team when Brady was the quarterback. They bring in Christian Roseboom. They draft Ruben Bain. And look, they re-signed Vita Vea after he requested a trade, so they got that thorn out of their side. I'm not buying in Baker. I'm just not buying in this Bucs defense, plus the receiving core, which Emeka Egbuka now is questionable to play week 1. And I think the run game is mid. So then I was like, all right, I think the Panthers are being slept on again. I think they're going to repeat. And now it looks like neither of their offensive tackles are going to be good to start the year. I mean, Ike Ekwonu is coming back from a torn patella that he suffered in the playoffs. He's still on the PUP list. Taylor Moton, the right tackle, is dealing with a blood clot. God knows when he's going to be ready. Then they lost their linebacker, Nick Scorton, for the year. And they lost their rookie receiver, Chris Brazzell, for the year. That's 4 pretty big injuries, 2 of which you have no idea how they're going to linger and how far they're going to linger into the season. And they're your bookend tackles. We saw what happened to the Chargers when that happened last year. So honestly, I couldn't even tell you who the hell is going to win this NFC South. But Combs, I will say cold because I think it'll probably end up being Carolina or Tampa Bay. They're the strongest of the 2. Although I would love to see Penix get named the starting quarterback for Atlanta. And if that ends up happening, I will change my mind. But I don't think he's going to. I think it's going to be Tua for the first couple of weeks. And I think he's going to stink so badly, he'll knock him out of playoff contention. So cold. I think the Panthers or the Bucs do win the NFC South.
Yeah, I'm also cold on this because I think it's going to be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I wanted to go out on that limb again and be like, yeah, I think the Panthers are going to do it. I look at these schedules, though. All of the schedules in this division are kind of tough. But when you look at them, I think Tampa Bay is the only one that doesn't have gauntlet after gauntlet at any point in their schedule. They've got tough matchups, but they've got them spread out. And I like Baker Mayfield enough to find a way to get things done. And yes, I agree with you. I don't know how good this defense is going to be. They might give up 27 points a game. But I think that the Buccaneers are going to be able to find enough times where they can put up 30 to 35 and Baker can find a way to do this. Baker with a chip on his shoulder, man. When he came out the other day, it was as honestly when I changed my mind about, because I listened to him and I think I just bought into the Baker Mayfield Kool-Aid because I listened to him. I'm like, you know what?
Which is easy to do.
Man. Yeah, he's always been doubted. When he came out of college, he was doubted, and all he did was have a great rookie year and then take the Cleveland Browns to the playoffs.
Yep.
Yeah, the Cleveland Browns, and then he went to Tampa, and all he did, everybody's like, "Oh yeah, he's taking over for Tom Brady." You know what? Big shoes to fill, and all he's done is put up numbers since he's been in Tampa Bay. The guy's just been doubted time after time after time again. And every time that he steps on the field, every time he finds a way to get it done. Even when he's hurt, dude, he is a tough SOB. We talk all the time about Matthew Stafford being tough. Baker Mayfield is tough as nails too.
Yep.
I'm buying into the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm betting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to win the NFC South. I think they are that good. And I think Baker Mayfield is just crazy enough to find a way to get it done.
Yeah. And, you've got a new offensive coordinator yet again this year. So that's going to be a big question mark. They bring in Zach Robinson, who used to be, he previously worked with the LA Rams in that short stint where Baker kind of had to go to LA to revive his career. I didn't like Zach Robinson with his time with Atlanta. I thought that offense could have been even better. But again, 4th straight offensive coordinator Last year it was who was the Bucks offensive coordinator last year? I'm forgetting because it was Josh Grizzard, who again, a lot of that was because of Baker's injuries that we found out after the year, but they really sputtered off at the end of the year. The year before that was Liam Cohen. He gets the Jaguars job because of it. The year before that was Dave Canales. He gets the Panthers job because of that. So it's the fourth straight offensive coordinator for Baker. I mean, look, I feel like at this point he knows what system he does well in. So I think you kind of have to 50-50 like mold what Zach Robinson wants to do to what Baker does well and his strengths. And then also kind of, implement what he learned from Sean McVay and kind of also try to bring over what he was doing and the stuff that did work well with Atlanta. Now they don't have a Bijan Robinson. So it's like the run game is going to have to improve elsewhere. And let me re-stress this. I agree that I'm not doubting Baker Mayfield. For me, this is more so a doubting of the Bucs defense. I really feel like they could be the Cincinnati Bengals from 2 years ago, where Baker balls out. And again, he's been in the top 3 in the NFL the last 3 years combined in completions, yards, and touchdowns. I could see that kind of season again, and it's the defense that is a bottom 5 unit in the league, and that's the reason why they missed the playoffs. But I mean, man, it's every single year that the NFC South is wide open, and it's usually mediocre. The Buccaneers had actually been a pretty good team though until last year, but there are just so many question marks in this division.
Let me give you a name that I think that people are going to know by the end of the year, because I think out of necessity, he's going to end up getting bigger target share than what he was originally going to get if Egbuka can't stay healthy, if Godwin again can't stay healthy, and that's Tez Johnson. I think Tez Johnson has a way to be the probably the Yoshivas for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the way Yoshivas is for the third guy for the Cincinnati Bengals. Like, just a guy who can step up, and if one of the other guys gets injured, he can be a number 2. I like Tez Johnson a lot. He's quick. I saw the couple of times that I saw him last year. I know what he finished with. Did he finish with over 500 yards receiving last year?
322 yards, really good but he did have 5 touchdowns. I'll never forget that diving touchdown catch that he had. I forget when it was in the season, but it might have been against the Lions. He had a 4-game span where he had 4 touchdowns, and he had a 6-game span where he had 5 touchdowns. He scored all 5 of his touchdowns in the span of 6 weeks last year.
Yeah, I like this kid a lot. He spent Oregon is where he came out of college. Yep. I really like this kid, and I think that he can step up and be a major player. And that's where I think that's the thing. The wide receiver depth of this team is actually not that bad. So if they do end up losing Egbuka for an extended period of time, 6-7 weeks, if he's out for the first 6-7 weeks, if you're talking about Godwin getting hurt, like Godwin, I mean, the guy just can't stay healthy. I'd love to see a full season out of him. I do think that they've got guys that can step up in their absence and still be good enough for a guy like Baker Mayfield to be able to produce enough to win enough games to win a really bad division.
That's fair. That is fair. 310-840-4910. Okay, Combs, I don't know what you got going on this weekend. We can get to that in just a second. But I am going to the Phillies game tomorrow with my girlfriend, her dad, and her dad's girlfriend. Now, they're all Philly fans, right? They're all Phillies fans. She's South Jersey. She's lived here in Philly for the last couple of years. I've lived here now. I moved here back in April. I'm Giants, Yankees, Knicks, Notre Dame, Islanders. So I'm all my New York City sports. And they're playing the Cardinals. They just walked off the Cardinals, actually. I saw you put in the show chat. Alec Bohm, 2-run triple. Phillies just walked off the Cardinals, and that's a pretty big series right now. Phillies trying to hold on to the top spot or the second spot in the wild card standings and seeing if they can give the Braves at least a run for their money for the NL East. Cardinals holding on for trying to stay in that wild card race. But Alec Bohm hit a walk-off 2-run triple. Before we get to the game tomorrow, you're going nuts. What, did PCA just hit a dong?
He just let off the game with a home run. So I get my hit in going streaking, but more importantly, MVP just continues to be the National League MVP. Shohei who?
Yeah, incredible. And look, I mean, he's got it right now. I said it a couple days ago when they both had those monster nights. They both hit the 2 home runs, and PCA walked it off against the White Sox. Shohei's got to pitch. He's going to have to get on a mound at some point in the next 2 weeks. We can get back to that conversation in a bit. But so this game tomorrow. So again, they're all Philly fans. They're playing the Cardinals, so it's like not like I'm hate watching because I don't give a damn about the Cardinals. And honestly, you hate the Cardinals, so I don't have a dog in the fight. Mm-hmm. I'm going there. I'm going to have fun. It was supposed to be thunderstorms yesterday when I looked like all day. I was like, you got to be kidding me, man. It's actually cleared up. It's cleared up to the point. Let me double check again because it was looking pretty promising. Let me take a check here for tomorrow. The game's at 6:00, so it should be. That's like a pretty perfect time. You get there, like you get golden hour, late summer, and then it'll turn into a nice Saturday night. All right, now it says 75% chance of thunderstorms again.
This isn't your first Phillies game, right?
No. Believe it or not, our first date, me and Corinne, was game 1 of the NLDS 2 years ago, Mets Phillies. And again, I'm a Yankee fan, but like I would rather root for the Mets than root for the Phillies. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe that's weird of me to do that, but I'd rather root for the Mets. So that was a hate watch, and the Mets beat them. And I almost got in a fight with this one kid that was He was like my age. He was like mid-20s, late 20s, and he was so pissed. He was so pissed. He was cursing me out, and I just kept laughing at him. He's not gonna, whatever. So I don't really have a dog in the fight. I just want there to not be thunderstorms, and I want to go. And Combs, I kind of want to put a challenge up for myself because not only am I'm not a big drinker. I really don't drink much at all, other than like special occasions now. And I've lost like 30 pounds over the last year, so I've been pretty decent with what I've been eating. But her dad, not that her dad likes to drink, but you're with your girlfriend's dad. You toss a couple back, right? You gotta schmooze. Put down a couple of beers, and you're at a ballpark. So what am I gonna be eating? I'm not a big hot dog guy. I'm gonna go tendies. So I'm not gonna do the 999 challenge. 9 beers, 9 hot dogs, and 9 innings. That's just completely and utterly ridiculous and torture. But I feel like a decent challenge for me. Over or under 15 plus, or over under 15 beers plus chicken tenders combined. 15. Let's set the line at 14 and a half. So I'd have to get to 15 beers plus tendies in any combination. Do you think I can get there? Because that's the challenge I'm going to set forth for myself.
I mean, look, I'm going to take this from a different direction because normally when you order chicken tenders, a chicken tender basket at a stadium, you get like 3 or 4 tenders in a basket. And a basket of chicken tenders is like $15 now. So in order for you to get to like 10 chicken tenders, I mean, you're going to spend $60 in tendies. And then about $15 a beer now at most stadiums. I mean, God. Are you about to pay more for food than you paid for your tickets? I'm gonna go. I don't know whether to see. That's the one thing I don't know about you. I don't know whether or not you're cheap. And if you're cheap, you're not gonna hit this just because you don't want to pay that much for food when you go to a game. When I go to a game, when I go to Wrigley, I go out to dinner before I go to the stadium because I'm not spending.
And that's smart.
I just spend you a ton of money to get into the stadium. I'm not giving you my money $15 for a beer. I'll drink a case when I get home. I'm not doing all that. So I'm a little bit on the cheaper side. So I wouldn't hit that mark. But if let's say you're not being cheap, let's say you're willing to try this. I think you could get there. I think 10 tenders and 5 beers is doable in a 9-inning game. Now, what you've got to hope is that you get a 9-inning game where it's not like both pitchers have a perfect game through 6.
Yeah.
Now you're in trouble. Now you're in trouble.
Yeah, I need a solid 3-hour game, which is about league average, a little bit less than that. I need a solid 3-hour game.
Right.
Honestly, if there is a rain delay and it's enough to the point where we're like, we'll stick it out. The radar doesn't look terrible. Maybe it's just like an hour. That would definitely help me out. Rain delays count. I'm not pausing because of the rain delay. That would be the worst thing. But yeah, it's the basket. The size of the basket of the tendies is what really counts. And I'm hoping it's a basket of 5. Because I know if I get one for me and I get one for Corinne, she probably will only eat like 2, and then I'll get the rest. So maybe I'd only have to probably buy 3 baskets. I get that last one just because it's like, hey, I got the challenge. I set the challenge on the show. I got to do it. I got to get this 3rd basket. 3 baskets of tendies would get me to like 10. Maybe I push it and get to 11, and that way I only have to do 4 beers. And with a beer being like $15.
Can I ask you that? Why tendies? Because there are some really good, like I've been to Citizens Bank. Look, the crab fries, the cheesesteak from Uncle Charlie's. Some really good food at Citizens Bank. Why tendies, and why not maybe like the 999 challenge?
Because I don't want to eat hot dogs.
Okay.
Don't.
All right.
I'm trying.
I could do the 999. Easy.
You can call me a loser. I'm trying to cut down on the red meat and the processed meat. And also it's the buns. I don't stand a chance with the buns. It's too much bread. Like that for me.
Okay.
I wouldn't stand a chance. I would get like 3 and I'd be full. So
yeah, I'll call you a loser, but not because you don't eat hot dogs.
Well, thanks. Thanks. So yeah, I'd rather go with the tendy route. And
where are you sitting?
Left field, first section in the first row in the second deck. So it's like section 245. Okay. We're sitting in the first row.
Yeah. It's not like you're sitting like behind home plate where I could watch the game, because I do have the MLB extra innings. So where I could watch the game and actually watch whether or not you complete this.
No, but if you do get a ball that's hit like 430 feet to left field, so it would have to be a pretty monster home run. But
Schwarber.
I don't think it's well, left field. So you'd have to get a big fly from like Bohm probably. I guess Schwarber could go oppo. Maybe because I am in the first row of the second section, the second deck. But that second deck is like it's not like big up there. It hangs down decently like low. So you get like a line drive that's like 420 feet. Yeah. Or I guess if you get a big fly that's like 400 feet, you might see me.
Hey,
first row, second deck in the left field, like left center field, like where the bullpens are.
Okay. Hell yeah. No, I love the upper deck. If I go to a game, usually I sit in the upper deck. My favorite spot when I go to like Blackhawks games in the United Center, last row in the stadium in the upper deck. See everything.
You like that?
You see the entire ice.
Well, you see everything, but it's so far away.
It's really not. It's really not. It's not as like people are like, oh, they look like ants. No, they don't. And you know what? I can see everything. I could be right behind the player's bench, and I could see them all. All 6'10" of each player, but I can't see anything on the ice. So yeah, I'd rather sit up in the upper deck.
I am used to being in the upper deck at the Garden because I'm not paying $1,000 for seats, even even for like a decent right. Like the last Knicks game I went to was when they played the Lakers this past year in the Garden. And I sat, or maybe it was last year. No, because I don't think I haven't gone. Yeah, no, it was a Saturday. It was a Saturday. It was this past year at the Garden. And I sat in, like, I don't know. It was the upper deck. It was like maybe midway up the upper deck. And that was like, that was like a $400 ticket. And but like the Garden is, again, the way that the Garden is built, that's not that terrible of a view. So I do see what you mean. I feel like, though, for hockey, where it's so tough to follow the puck already, sitting in the upper deck would probably even make it more difficult. But I don't know. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I wonder that too, because I played and I ref and I coach hockey. Like, I think it's just easier for me to follow the action. Like, I never lose the puck. I always know where the puck's at. And that's why when people say that when they're watching hockey, oh, I can't keep track of the puck. I find that hard to be like, how can you not keep track of the puck? It's simple.
Yeah.
But
310-840-4910. All right, we got to take a short break. We'll get you a full scoreboard update when we return. The Broncos-Packers game, which has been really good, really high quality. and we'll get you a full baseball scoreboard update, or the big baseball scoreboard updates that we got to get you, including another home run for Pete Crow Armstrong. We got a couple of walk-offs. We had some ace battles to fill you in on this Friday night. So we'll get you all your sports fix when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. That's producer Brandon Combs. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Tonight, After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
Welcome on back. Never heard this song. All of a sudden, I'm looking over my shoulder. I'm like, who's pulling me over? Welcome on back. 310-840-4910. That's the worst feeling in the world. You see those flashing lights going behind you, even if you know you're like, I didn't even do anything wrong. What happened? 310-840-4910. Welcome back, BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Before we get to a scoreboard update, how about this was breaking news just over an hour ago, I think. Not even, less than an hour ago. Nick Chubb has called it quits. Nick Chubb has retired. Which, man, I mean, you talk about what could have been a Hall of Fame career. Unbelievable. Nick Chubb posted on Instagram, and part of his post said, 12-year-old me could have never imagined where this game would take us, but 30-year-old me can look back and say we gave it everything we had. Till the day that I die, it will always be go Dogs, go Browns, Batman out. And Nick Chubb referencing, obviously, the Georgia Bulldogs, where he played and was an absolute animal, and then the Cleveland Browns, where he, again, for about a 2 to 3 year period, in my opinion, was the best running back in football. Best pure running back in football. He was that damn good. And then injuries, man. Injuries got in the way. Let me just pull up Nick Chubb real quick, just because off the top of my head, I forget the numbers. But, I mean, he was freaking dominant in his first couple of seasons. Yeah. And it's crazy to think that 2018 was Nick Chubb's rookie year, because it does. There are times where it's like, wow, this guy's career just feels like it started yesterday. And in some cases, it kind of does. But in also other ways, it does feel like Nick Chubb's been around a while. His rookie season was in 2018. How about in 2019? Year 2 in the league. Nick Chubb, 1,494 rushing yards, 8 touchdowns. Year after that, he got hurt, played 12 games, still got 1,000 yards, 12 touchdowns. 2021, played 14 games, 1,259 yards and 8 touchdowns. And then 2022, where he was second team All-Pro. And somehow this guy never finished in the running for Offensive Player of the Year. I don't know how, especially in 2022. When Nick Chubb had 1,525 rushing yards and 12 rushing touchdowns to go the receiving touchdown. Incredible. Just incredible. But then the injuries, I mean, they've reared their ugly head here over the last couple of years. 2023 was that brutal one. Devastating MCL, meniscus, and ACL tear, acquired multiple complex reconstructive surgeries. Came back in 2024, broke his foot in week 15, and also had rib sprains last year, MCL sprains, and other years that caused him to miss again a couple of games, 2 or 3 games. You know, what could have been? I mean, again, that's the nature of the sport. But it feels like, man, if we could bottle up 2022 Nick Chubb and just have him healthy for one more season, what he could accomplish. But, you know, last year he started the year as the Texans' main guy after Joe Mixon. You know, who knows if we ever see Joe Mixon again on a football field? That would be even crazier. Never was as dominant at his peak, but for a guy that all of a sudden it's like he's kind of fallen off the face of the earth with his like mysterious foot injury. But last year, Nick Chubb started as the guy for the Texans after Mixon's injury and then kind of just slowly faded, and that became Woody Marks' backfield. So Nick Chubb calling it quits. Incredible. Sad. That's probably that's the first thing that comes to my mind is sad. Because what could have been? 310-840-4910. Literally just 4 years ago, but 3 seasons ago, he ran for over 1,500 yards. 310-840-4910. All right, let's get you a full scoreboard update here. Packers and the Broncos, they're still in the first half. Been a lot of offense in this game and a lot of scoring, despite the fact that the starters only played about a series or two. It's 20-10 Green Bay. Look, their guy Trey Smack. I mean, this is the golden age of kicking. I wouldn't even say we take it for granted because it still blows my nips off when these guys just routinely drill 58, 59 yarders. But to draft a rookie kicker after McManus cost them in their playoff game against the Bears last year, missing the extra point and the field goal, missed 2 field goals and missed the extra point. They drafted Trey Smack, and this kid has just been absolute dynamite. Now, he struggled in the first couple of days in training camp. At least that was the reporting. But Trey Smack just hit a 59-yarder a week after he hit a 58-yarder. He's hit both extra points. He's hit both field goals tonight. The last one just this second was a 59-yarder. The one earlier this quarter was a 51-yarder. I mean, my God. Incredible. And last week he had all 9 of their points. They kicked 9 field goals. 9 field goals. They kicked 3 field goals, including a 58-yarder. So my man, as a rookie, in his first 2 weeks of the preseason, has hit a 58-yarder, a 59-yarder. He's 5 for 5 from field goals, and he's 2 for 2 on extra points. Kicking problems solved for the Packers? Yeah, that bodes well for Jordan Love. That bodes well for Green Bay. So they lead 20-10. Baseball, very busy night. And there's a ton of games to get to, but I just want to give you what I think is probably the best of the best. And earlier today, you had a 4 o'clock matinee with 2 of the best pitchers in baseball on the mound. And Jacob Mizorowski, surprise, surprise, was basically untouchable yet again. And the Brewers beat the Braves 2-1. He outdueled Chris Sale. Mizorowski went 6 innings, 4 hits, no runs, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts, as he improves to 13-5 with a 1.68 ERA. And Chris Sale wasn't too shabby. 6 innings, 8 hits, 2 earned, no walks, 6 strikeouts. His ERA is 2.2. The Brewers can't stop winning. And that could be a potential NLCS preview. I know the Dodgers exist. I know the Cubbies exist. I know the Phillies are going to be a playoff team. Brewers are now 80 wins. First team in baseball to 80 wins. And Mizorowski utterly dominant yet again. We mentioned it before. Alec Boehm, 2-run triple in the 10th inning. Walks off the Cardinals after they were leading 6-5. They scored a run in the top of the 10th. And then Alec Boehm, it's a 2-run triple. So the Phillies win. Again, I'm going to that Phillies-Cardinals game tomorrow. My Yankees, they beat the Blue Jays. I feel like I should throw a mini party anytime the Yankees actually beat the Blue Jays because they've been owned by them, I feel like, for so long. They do lead the season series now 6-5. So they've won more than 50% of the 11 meetings. But the Yankees win tonight 3-1. And there was another Cy Young caliber performance from the guy who I think is going to win the AL Cy Young, and that's Cam Schlittler. 6 innings, 6 hits, 1 run, 4 strikeouts. His ERA down to 2.16. Fantastic. Utterly fantastic. And big Spencer Jones, the young lefty, Aaron Judge Jr., with a 2-run home run. So that was a nice night at the stadium for the Yanks. Rafael Devers came back to Boston. He hit a home run, but his return to Boston spoiled by the Sox because you had Wilson Contreras hit a 3-run shot. Sox win 6-4. They stay firmly in the mix in the wild card. Pete Alonso hit his 30th home run of the year. Orioles, 5 games under 500. Kind of hard to think that they're going to be a playoff team, but they're hanging by a thread, and the Polar Bear hit another big fly tonight. Boy, do the Mets regret letting him go. I heard from a lot of Mets fans in my life, sooner or later, it doesn't matter that he just shows up and hits 30 home runs and drives in 80 runs. Really? Really? 30 home runs, 85 RBIs, hitting 271, which is his highest batting average in 5 years, and an OPS of 865. It's top 20 in baseball. But David Stearns, he knows better than everybody, right? The genius that's running the Mets. They lost tonight to the White Sox, 6-4. They're 13 games under 500, the Mets. Brutal. And then Combs and Monty and Brad's guy, PCA, they like to call him MVP, Pete Crow Armstrong. led off the game in Seattle with a big fly. Bregman also hit a home run. The Cubbies lead the Mariners 3-0. So PCA now on the season. He's got, let's see, that was home run number 32, I believe. Home run number 32. And he's up to 80 RBIs on the season. Does Shohei have something to say about that? Dodgers playing the Pirates in LA. So far, Shohei Ohtani, walk, and he scored a run on a Max Muncy 2-run bomb. Dodgers lead the Pirates 2-1. And I believe Paul Skeens would be in line to pitch on Sunday of this series if they're not going to push him back again. Or are they just going to give Paul Skeens a week in between each start now? Now, Paul Skeens only pitched on Wednesday. Right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Skeens pitched on Wednesday, and they have him on the MLB schedule to go on Tuesday. And they did have a day off. So normally he would pitch Sunday. So even then, I still think they're giving him an extra day of rest. Just shut him down. What are you doing? What are you doing? Wasting his time. Wasting his potential future. 310-840-4910. Monty said, yes, 32 for PCA. Shohei has 30 like a loser. Come on. Come on, Monty. Even you know better than that, brother. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. We'll finish up with your calls, your texts, your tweets. You can tweet me at PatBoyle44. I'll give you a couple things I'm looking forward to in tomorrow's preseason games. Another busy Saturday in the NFL preseason. We'll finish up when we return on this Friday night. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Final couple of minutes here before we turn things over to Josh Graham for Westwood One Sports Night. Make sure you keep it locked right here. Josh will take you to 3 a.m. Eastern. Get you set for the beginning of your weekend. NFL preseason. Halftime of the Packers and the Broncos. It's 23-10 Green Bay. Denver, Jarrett Stidham threw a pick right at the end of the half, and it was Trey Smack. Again, my guy Trey Smack. He don't miss. And another field goal. That was a chip shot for him, that last one, right before halftime. It was like 43 yards. I mean, this guy's got leg for like 70. It's absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. We gave you as many baseball scores and updates as we could while we were in break. Big dumper. He actually got a hit. It was a home run. Basically the only hits that he gets nowadays. 3-run shot to tie the game up against the Cubbies. Meanwhile, in Houston, they lead 4-0. Yordan Alvarez, another double. Another 2 doubles for Yordan Alvarez. 2 for 3, 2 more doubles, 2 more RBIs. I mean, the guy's going to win the Triple Crown. And I again, maybe there is a pocket of baseball fans that are talking about it a lot, but I feel like I would see it more on my timeline. Like, the dude's going to win the Triple Crown. First person since Miggy to win the Triple Crown. Yordan's going to do it. Nobody's catching him in the RBIs. Nobody's catching him in the batting average. The only thing is if Junior Caminero or Ben Rice can hit more home runs than him, which I guess is possible. Because they only have, Caminero's only 1 back. I don't think he went deep today. And Ben Rice is 2 back. How about Benny Rice, by the way? A lot of people laughed before this season started, and I said Cam Schuller's going to win the Cy Young, and Ben Rice might win the MVP if Judge gets hurt. Now, Ben Rice is not going to win the MVP. Yordan Alvarez is going to win the MVP, but Ben Rice having himself a freaking season. Having himself a freaking year, Ben Rice. He did go for 2 today, but hitting 249, 34 bombs, 80 ribbies, and an OPS of 875. That's 13th best in all baseball. But I think Yordan's going to win the Triple Crown. And maybe because it's not September yet, but then like football's going to take over. So I don't know. People should start talking about it. People really should. Okay, we got a bunch of games tomorrow, and there are some good things to watch. Well, let's start with the 2 quarterback battles that still remain. Bills and the Browns are going to play tomorrow. Shedeur Sanders is going to start, but again, he is going to play with the rest of the backups. He's not going to play with the starters. And there was some scuffles, as there always are, but there were some scuffles because the Bills have kind of been chirping Shedeur this week in joint practices. I saw somebody on one of the Browns reporters on Twitter said that like a Bills defender and Bills defenders kept saying this bleep is check down city, making fun of Shedeur, saying all he does is check it down. And then I did see Deshaun Watson like rifle a 30-yard bullet through the air, right on the money to one of his receivers. So this is a big test for Shedeur tomorrow when the Browns play the Bills. Lions and the Commanders. That's a good one because Lions starters are expected to play. Although it is going to be Josh Dobbs. So we're not going to see Jared Goff, but you will see Josh Dobbs, who they just brought in after the injury to, I forget who it was, but I'm pretty sure they just signed. Oh, it's because Teddy Bridgewater retired. So they just signed Josh Dobbs like a couple of days ago. He played last week in the preseason game against the Bengals, so he's going to start, and he's their backup quarterback because he's ahead of Luke. He's got ahead of Luke Altmaier on the depth chart. And so Joshua Dobbs is going to start. And I mean, God forbid, worst case scenario, Jared Goff gets hurt. Joshua Dobbs would be the Lions quarterback. Remember with Josh Dobbs, the pastronaut in Minnesota with the Vikings when he lit the world on fire for like 4 games a couple of years ago? So Josh Dobbs is going to start, but Dan Campbell did say a significant amount of starters will play. So that'll be cool to watch Josh Dobbs throwing hopefully Amon-Ra and J-Mo. I don't know if we'll see Jahmyr Gibbs. We almost certainly won't see Sam Laporta because that was big news yesterday. He's dealing with a hip injury. And we don't know if Sam Laporta is going to be available for week 1, which stinks because he couldn't stay healthy at all last year. So I certainly hope that Sam Laporta can stay healthy this season. And then with the Commanders, a good amount of Commander starters will play. That's according to Dan Quinn. I don't know if we got news yet, confirmation on Jaden Daniels. Yeah, unsure on Jaden Daniels. That was as of today. Yesterday, that was earlier today. So, but either way, that'll be a good way to start your afternoon.
1 minute, one.
And then Bears-Bengals tomorrow night. Nice little Saturday night game. Combs, really quickly, we got like 20 seconds, but Caleb Williams and the Bears starters aren't playing tomorrow, are they?
They are not.
Yeah. And I know Cincinnati, I don't think, are starting their guys, but that's always fun. Chicago, Cincinnati, Saturday night. Eagles, Patriots. That's another good one to watch tomorrow night as well. So you got a lot of good storylines. Chiefs, Buccaneers, and Mahomes is playing tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. No, he's not going to play this week. Sorry.
10.
So no Mahomes. All right, we got to go. Fun show, fun week. Thanks to everybody working on the show. We're out of time. I'm Pat Boyle. Enjoy your weekend. We'll be back 6 p.m. Eastern on Monday. BetMGM tonight.